So regarding SAP basis, first I'd like to discuss about that and then we'll be discussing. So we all know that SAP is the software. Okay. And SAP basis is the technical module in which no coding is required, but it is the base for SAP software. So in all the companies who are using SAP, they need at least one SAP basis person who can take care of their system. So when I'm talking about taking care of the system, so it's like, starting from the scratch. So from scratch, it means that system installation, user creation, system upgrade, system installation, or any issue which is coming in the system, that has to be taken care by the basis guy. So without basis, SAP system will not work. So SAP basis system operations includes the starting of system, stopping of system, and all that activity. So in the class, we will be discussing about what is SAP, what is SAP basis, what are different SAP products, and what is the role of SAP basis consultant. Once we we are familiar with that, then we will be moving slowly towards system installation, user creation, and different concept architecture and system start stop process, how to upgrade the system, what are things that we need to check. Okay, all these things we will be discussing. So let's so SAP basis is having two parts basically. One is application and one is DB. So for any software, database is required, right? Whatever the transaction which is happening, it will be getting stored somewhere. So SAP system supports multiple databases, but future is SAP HANA. So we will be discussing about SAP HANA database. So as a SAP basis administrator, it is good to have OS knowledge, DB knowledge, networking knowledge. Okay, that will help you to identify the issues. If you don't know, that is also fine. You can learn when you start working in SAP basis. So now I will be discussing about the what is SAP basis and the security part. So in the today's class, we will be discussing about SAP components, what is R3 basis system, what is information security. So the term name as basis, basically it's the technical architecture of SAP application. It involves server infrastructure, software, and server that process to run the SAP application. So if for a basis guy, their roles and responsibility will be like starting from system installation, system upgrade, system maintenance, user creation, user access, change management, all those tasks has to be taken care by the basis guy. So if Tejaswani, you feel that at any point of time that you are not able to understand anything, feel free to ask any question, any doubt regarding that.
Yes, sir.
Now, okay. So now we'll be discuss about what are SAP basis consultant. So as I told you, the roles of SAP basis modules, what all areas are there in SAP basis. So basis consultant, if we go with this definition, it looks like only we'll be responsible for design, building, and managing the SAP environment. But in real terms, SAP basis consultant are having more responsibility than this. Any issue, any issue is coming in SAP system has to be checked by basis guy to understand what kind of issue is this, whether it's a technical issue, whether it's a functional issue, or whatever it is. So a basis guy will be working as a owner of SAP system or owner of SAP landscape. What is landscape we will discuss in upcoming classes. So SAP basis consultant basically the owner, like who will be having the superpower. Okay, they can do anything, but as we all know, the power comes with the responsibility. So it's not like you have the power, you can do anything, that is true. But when you have to use the power, that you have to analyze, you have to think, and based on that, you have to utilize your power. So people used to ask what is the scope of basis consultant in IT organization. So for SAP system setup, for SAP systems, without SAP basis guy, there is nothing in SAP. They are the technical pillar of SAP in any organization. So SAP basis guy role is not only to managing the SAP as well as maintaining the connectivity between SAP to non-SAP or other SAP systems. So in the when you start working in SAP basis area, you will be facing different kind of issues in terms of third party applications with the connectivity. So the area of for basis is very vast, but slowly you will get to know when you start working on it. Now people used to ask, like, I want to start my career in SAP basis, what should I know before starting the career in SAP basis? So it is good to have, it is not necessary that you should be having OS knowledge, network knowledge and database knowledge. But if you have that knowledge, it will be helpful for you. Even if you don't have any of the subject knowledge, that is also fine. So Tejaswini, are you from technical background or non-technical background?
Technical background only, sir.
Okay, so you are familiar with OS, network and database, something, little bit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it will be easier for you to start your career in SAP basis to in terms of understanding about the SAP systems. If you are not if you are non-technical, that is also fine. We'll discuss all the topics in such a manner that you will be able to understand in a easiest manner. But it is good to have you have the OS knowledge, network knowledge, and database knowledge as well. So when we talk about SAP system, okay, let me open for any organization. First, I will discuss. So basically, I'll start with the real life example. Okay, so that you will be able to understand. So let's say you are starting one business. Okay. In layman terms, I will try to explain you what is SAP, how SAP works. So let's say I'm just taking one example. So if I'll take the example of like, okay, fine. So I think we all have heard about Vishal Mega Mart. Okay. This business we all know. Okay. Or this D Mart. I will take that example. So let's say you are planning to start a business similar as DMart. Okay. So you have the capital, you have the investment. Now, first part that you will be doing, right? You will be doing the setup, right? You will be identify the land, you will be identifying location. Once that is finalized, you will be, start building, right? Infrastructure. Once infrastructure is built, right? Then you will be buying goods, right? Clothes, household items, all the item, all that household stuff you will be having. and you will put in your store, whatever store is there. Let's say Yashaswini store is there. Okay. Some Y Mart, I would say. So you have started it. Now, one question. Okay. So a one person can handle this business?
No, sir.
No. So let's say Yashaswini is the head, main owner of this Y Mart. So it will be very difficult for Yashaswini to, start the shop at 9, the mart at 9 a.m. and it will be open till 12 p.m., right? And also she has to manage what is being consumed, what is being sold, right? Which is what is new requirement that you need to purchase, okay, and how much sale you are doing. And there are some products for which customer would like to understand the features of the product, right? Someone has to be there in the billing section as well, right? So there are so many things are there, and one person cannot handle all the things, right? So you will be requiring some security guard will start. You will be having some in billing section. You will be having some guy in the warehouse to manage the goods, right? And you will be having some salesperson as well to help the customer in order to understand, you know, and you will be requiring some account person as well who will take care of what you have invested, how much you have paid to the merchants, and how much you have how much sales you did, right? All that to manage the account, right? You need account person. Also you are having so many persons, so you will be requiring someone from HR as well, right? Like the person to distribute them the salary, what they are doing, to review them whether they are doing good or not. Let's say two-person are not coming today, how you will manage the store, all that stuff, right? And you will be having some admin also. So admin task will be just to make sure admin plus security I will put in one, just to make sure that uh, all lights are functioning properly, all furniture are in good place, any item which is not being taken care of, just sort of that part. So for Ymart, right, which you started, right, you require different persons to run your business, right? Now just consider one thing, nothing is automated right now, okay? Everything you are doing using pen and paper, okay? So let's say you have 100 fruity bottles. I'm just giving one example, or 100 Pepsi bottles in your store. Now, and in warehouse, you have 20 Pepsis. Now, it's a summer season, and in your store, 80% came today, right? And they bought 80 Pepsis. So how much Pepsis you have right now? 20 in your warehouse and 20 in your, in your store. So you have only 40 Pepsis. Now, how you will manage this data, correct? How you will get to know, okay, yesterday, like today, you have sold 80 Pepsis and now you are left with 40 Pepsis, right? If you are doing all the things manually, so you will be maintaining many register, one at warehouse, one at the billing counter, right? So that, and one person will be counting how much Pepsi, we have all that. It will take lots of time. And let's say tomorrow 100 people came and you have 40 Pepsis and all wants to buy Pepsi. Just one example. So 60 people will not get Pepsi out of 100, right? So there will be loss in the business and you have to manage those things. So when this manual paperwork was there, right? So there was shortage of items, there was excess of item, no one is having the clarity, right? Everything was on paper, different register were maintained, and it will very difficult to run the business. So all these departments, right? To manage all these department, okay, one software was developed, that was SAP. Okay, SAP ERP. Basically, ERP means enterprise resource planning. Enterprise resource planning. So basically, there was a need to manage all the things, you know, at a single point of contact, at a central location. So that is why this SRP was developed, ERP was developed by SAP. So ERP software is the software is to run the business. If you have SAP software, SAP ERP software, it will help your organization to run the business very effectively and efficiently. Now, what happened when this enterprise resource planning came? So, like in Walmart, we have different person, different departments, I will say. Okay. Now just think about a bigger organization. Okay. In which 10,000 persons are working, right? There will be different departments, correct? To manage all the data, to manage all the things within the SAP, within the one centralized location. Remember, right now we are just managing our business. We are not using SAP to leverage our business. Our first task is to maintain the cost, right? How we can improve our business, right? That's the first thing. So we should know what is happening in our organization, right? So if we are able to manage our organization first or our business first, then only we will be able to think about business growth, right? So for this, SAP has developed the ERP software. So ERP is nothing but enterprise resource planning. In this centralized software, we can manage all the departments, we can map, and it will be automated. So the moment 80 Pepsi sold out, okay, in the warehouse, in the real time, we can see, okay, this much is left and we have the stock of this much of this good and we required this much Pepsi in order to meet the demand. So if we have that data in the real time, it will be helpful for us to forecast the demand, right? And we can plan the delivery of those things in order to sustain our business. Any doubt related to SAP ERP?
No, sir.
You understood, right?
Yes, sir.
So this is one of the functionality of SAP ERP. So any organization who is using SAP, they will be using SAP ERP system. There are other SAP products as well, but first thing that they will be using in all the organization who are running on SAP is the SAP ERP. So SAP ERP is SAP, one of the SAP product. Nowadays, SAP has transformed SAP ERP software to SAP S4 HANA. So what is SAP S4 HANA? It's just the evolution of SAP ERP. Okay. So basically S4 is basically simplified for HANA. So in order to simplify the business process, okay, SAP has upgraded SAP ERP, transformed the SAP ERP system to SAP S4 HANA. This is just for your information right now. Okay. How SAP S4 HANA evolves, what is SAP S4 HANA, that we'll be discussing in the upcoming classes. But for now, you just think that in the market, if any organization is using SAP, so either they are having SAP ERP or they are having SAP S4 HANA. Any doubt till now?
No, sir.
Okay. So now I'll come back to, the defined definition of what is SAP. So SAP full form is System Application and Product in Data Processing. Okay. So people used to tell this thing, what is the full form of SAP? So it's just for knowledge purpose, that System Application and Products in Data Processing. So earlier, SAP was having two main products in their business software market. One was SAP R2 and one was SAP R3. R stand for real time. So it's just for information purpose. If you understand, that is good. If you don't, that is also fine. You just need to make sure that you should be aware what is SAP, how SAP works. That I have given you one example. Different departments, all departments has to manage centrally. That is why SAP has developed one software which is known as SAP ERP or SAP S4 HANA. So when at the start in 1972, SAP started with their product name as SAP R1. Okay. So what is R1? We'll discuss. Then after some time, they have developed SAP R2 and then they developed SAP R3. After that, SAP has no plan for R4. So what is the R1, R2, R3? We will be able to understand what is that. So basically SAP software, first initially it was developed based on the client server architecture. So when I'm saying client server architecture, okay, I'm just giving you one example. Okay. Let's say you open Gmail. So in Gmail, let's say Gmail is program one, which is running in your laptop, in your browser. Okay. So that is known as client program. So what you need to access your mail. So what you will do, you are connected to internet and you have opened one browser, let's say Mozilla or Google Chrome in your laptop, and you enter gmail.com. The moment you enter, that program will go to program 2, the server for which we have requested, let's say gmail.com. In Gmail, then it will identify, okay, it is asking for gmail.com. Then it will send the response, the reply to your request. So the moment it will send the request, right, you will be able to see the page gmail.com. So you may think that, okay, first we'll enter and then we'll get the response. So it will take so much time. No, it will not take much time. It will give you the result within second, within millisecond. Then let's say again, what you will be doing, you will be trying to access your mailbox. So you will be entering your username and password. And once it is authenticated, you will be able to your mail. So this is nothing but the client server architecture in which from the client system, you are requesting for information and you are getting the response on your system from the server where it is hosted. Any doubt in client server architecture?
No, sir, I already have an idea during my college days. So,
Okay, okay. So all the software are basically, are having this client server architecture. Now we'll discuss about the single tier architecture. So single tier architecture is nothing but your client and your server both are on the same system. Let's say one example, let's say Notepad. Okay, you are opening the Notepad in your laptop. You are storing your data in that. You are writing something, you store it. So everything like is happening, the client related thing and the server related thing is happening on the same system. So the feature of single tier architecture was it has a single executable file and both program and data are on one computer. Now, what is the drawback of that? Drawback is if you want to update the application, it will take time and cost of redistribution was very high of that application. Let's say you have some data, you have some software in your laptop, and if you want to copy it to some other, nowadays it is very easy, but when it was evolved, it was very difficult to redistribute it. So this single tier architecture is nothing but our SAP R1 software. SAP has built their first product based on the single tier architecture, which was named as R1. R stand for real time. Then, so what is happening in single tier architecture? So SAP system was installed in one computer. Okay. And that single computer was there for whole organization. Let's say now account person wants to update something. So he will log in with his user password and he will do his task. Now let's say admin person or sales person has to do something in the system. So he has to wait till that account person finishes work. Once that part is done, then only he will be able to access. So everyone has to use SAP from one single system and one single system take care of all the things. So it was very difficult, right? When business grew, right? You cannot wait for some other person to update their data, correct? So that is why the need of two-tier architecture came. So what was the advantage of having the two-tier architecture? A system was installed on one server and the client software was installed in all the users machine and all can access the SAP system from their machine. So it was two-tier architecture, which is R2. So the benefit of two-tier, it help in data sharing and it help to reduce the duplication and maintenance. But at disadvantage, high load on the server and high network traffic, because that time, we don't have that advantage that we have right now. So these SAP system R1, which was there in 1972, and the R2, which was there in 1980s. So till 1989, our system was like that, coming with the some limitation. Now in R3, what they did, they divided user service, business service, and data service separated. Like database will be on different server, application will be on different, and users will be on their laptop. They will be connected. So it provide the good user interface, business logic is separated, and data base layer is also separated. That is R3. Nowadays,
all the SAP system from 1990 are running on SAP R3 architecture. This I will discuss not today. I will discuss this slide later. So we have discussed about the Y-Mart, right, as a example. So similarly, in any organization, there will be a different department like finance. So in finance, there are different modules: SAP FI, SAP CO, SAP Asset Management, SAP Enterprise Controlling, SAP Treasury. In logistic, they will be having different modules like plant maintenance, quality maintenance management, production planning, material management, sales and distribution, project system. For HR, they are having personal administration, personal development. These are just the example. There are many modules of SAP, but it is not necessary for us to understand every module. We are from basis, and we are without us, these modules can never be in picture. No, there is no relevance of these module if basis is not there. Once basis do the system setup, then only these are the system functionalities. These are the ERP functionalities. So that can be used only when SAP basis is there. So if I'll talk about the logical representation of R3 system, it will be like that. So any software, right? Any software, or I will say that, let's say gmail.com. It will be hosted on some server, right? Already. And that server is running on some operating system, right? So basically that operating system is the top bottom layer. On that server, once operating system is installed, right? Let's say you bought a laptop, right? So when you buy the laptop, it will be a machine. It will be having nothing. Once you make the payment, then they will install the operating system, Windows, right? After that only you will be able to use other softwares, right? So similarly for SAP also, once OS is set up on the server, you will be installing the system, SAP system, and that system installation will be done by basis guy. Once SAP system is installed, some customization has to be done in that software. That will be done in the ABAP language. Like we have C++, Java, Python. So for SAP, the language is ABAP. So once that customization is there, so this customization will help to map the business requirement, what is running in your business. So there will be a different department like HR, FI, PP, SD, MM. So these all guys will be connected with the ABAP developers in order to map the business process in the system installed by SAP Basis guy. And SAP Basis guy, it is good to have the operating system knowledge, and but this operating system installation and the server setup will be taken care by server management team. But it doesn't mean that basis guy cannot do. Basis guy can do that task also if they get the opportunity. So if I'll talk about the layers, so in OS layer we will be having OS, CPU, memory, database, hardware. For basis, it will be user authorization, system monitoring, application tuning, backup recovery, troubleshooting, system installation, system upgrade, all that is stuff will come as a basis. In the application layer, the end user functionalities, MMSD, FIHR, all these. So SAP basis guy will be the one who will be having the access of backend system as well as the end user system, right? So they will be working on the both end, back end and the front end as well. And basically they are the connecting layer in order to run the business. So this I will skip because it will be difficult in the first class to understand. Let me see what all we have. Am I too fast or should I?
No, sir.
Okay. So what we have, another thing, let me. So now we'll discuss the R3 system basically. So it's the normal representation of presentation layer, application layer, and database layer. So let's say a user, you are, you are using Gmail. So you will be you will be log into your laptop and you will be entering the gmail.com from presentation layer. Once you enter the gmail.com, the request will go to the application layer for gmail.com application and you will get the result. Once you enter your username and password, it will be it will be matched in the database whether you know that user is there or not. If it is there, then it will provide you the output in the presentation layer. If you want to write a mail, so you can do it from the presentation layer itself, but that mail is getting stored in the database. So input and output will be taken care in the presentation layer. In the application layer, the data which is, which user will input, that will be processed using application logic. And then based on the user action, whether it is for write application or read application or write, it will be hit the database and it will provide the result according to that. So R3 architecture we have discussed. So the R1 architecture, we can easily see that presentation, application and database layer are on the same system. In two tier, presentation was layer was on one, application DB was on, another one. Then two tier client server, application and presentation was on different and the database was on different. And the three tier, application was on different, presentation was on different, and DB was on different. And we have the multi-layer concept as well, but it is just the enhancement of R3. So there will be no R4. Now, any software, if you want to develop any software, right? So you will be required some prerequisite, right? For any software development. So first thing is you need to have the server, right? How you will be able to get the access of that server? So it means that you will be having one hardware over that. On top of that, operating system will be installed. And once operating system is installed, then only you can think about the application which you are developing. And if your application require database, so you need to have the database installed on that machine. And then you need to have your application. And if you want to do some modification, right? If you want to do some changes, some customization, so you need to have that language in which you have built your software. So for SAP, the hardware, operating system, database, SAP GUI, and the language. So ABAP and Java language are there. There are two types of system of SAP. One is ABAP system, one is Java system. Then now there are different box you can see. Okay, so don't get confused with that. So it is just for understanding purpose. If you want to install SAP system in your organization, let's say, so you will be purchasing the hardware. But first you will be deciding what SAP product you are going to buy. Let's say you are going to buy SAP ERP system. And for that you have selected the DB as Oracle. Okay. That decision you have to make first. Once you have taken that decision, then next thing that will come up. Oracle will be supported by which operating system? So let's say Oracle is supported by Windows NT or Unix, HP, UX, Solaris, Linux. In that case, you have the options, limited option to select the hardware. So it is not like you have chosen the hardware IBM AS400 and you will be choosing the Windows NT and you will be installing the SAP system using HANA database. You understood, Yashashwini?
Yes, sir.
So there is a limitation of that. So no need to memorize this, but there is a website for checking the compatibility. Now next thing, the dialog SAP GUI. This 1, 2, 3 part, it will be on the server side in which you will be installing the SAP system. Now end user has to access the SAP system. So for that they need to have the SAP client software, which is known as SAP GUI. Now let's say you are using Windows laptop. I am using Mac. So it is independent. You are having any combination, you can use the SAP GUI's client software, which is platform independent. So there is no compatibility issue, no need of that. Although like for Windows version will be different, for Mac version will be different. Then comes to the language. So if any modification has to be done or anything, SAP ABAP language will be there. So most of the time you will hear the term that log into ABAP system. Log into ABAP system. That is nothing but SAP system. Okay. And 90% systems of SAP are ABAP system only. So now we'll discuss about, this will be the last topic for today. I don't want to, overburden with lots of things in the first class. We'll go slowly. First 2, 3 class we'll go slowly, and once you are able to understand, we'll increase the pace. Now, let's say a website, I will say flipkart.com you have. Okay. Or not the flipkart.com. Let's say, okay, flipkart.com is there. Now, when you log into the flipkart.com, you will be able to see, all the products and all. Now, let's say iPhone 17 is launching on Flipkart, right? Right now, only iPhone 16 is there. So one category has to be created for iPhone 17 in the production system, right? So directly they cannot make the changes in the flipkart.com, right? In the production system, in the running system, okay, you are not supposed to make any changes, right? Because your business is running. Many users will be using your website at all the time, right? So you cannot make the changes in the system right away. It may impact the application performance, software performance, and there can be a data loss as well if there is some dependency of that component which are you are going to change it. So what will happen in that case? Whatever the requirement that business wants in the system, that will be developed in the development system. So whatever the new development is there, whatever the new feature, new changes has to be done, it will be discussed by the business, and once business approves it, then they will do the development. Now who will do the development? In SAP ABAP. And who will gather that requirement? Because ABAP will be just about coding. They don't know about the functionality and all. So ABAP cannot understand the functionality. The functionality will be understanding by the SAP functional consultant. So functional means FI, MM, SD, any consultant for which this change is required. So they will discuss with business, functional consultant will discuss with business, and they will give the requirement to the ABAP to make the changes in the system. That changes will be done in the development system. Once developer will develop, so it has to be tested. Who who will test it? It will be tested by the functional consultant, because business user will not know how SAP works. They will gather the requirement from business and they will map that requirement into the technical terms so that SAP system can, it can be mapped in SAP system. So they are just the translator basically. So they will test that requirement, whatever developer has developed. So once they have tested it, now business has to accept the changes. So business means the person who gave this requirement for change. They will do the testing in quality system with some data so that they can understand, okay, in real time, this change will work like that. Once they approves it, then that change will go to production, finally live. So this dev, quality and production is nothing but one landscape. Okay. So if I'll talk about what is landscape, okay. So just understand the landscape in a real life example. Let's say we are living on Earth, right? And we are living in India. India is a country, right? In India, let's say you are living in Chennai. I'm just giving one example, or Bangalore. Now, so in the Earth, we have different countries, right? Out of that, one country in India, we are staying. In India, where you are staying, let's say in Bangalore, you are staying. In Bangalore, so if in layman terms, if I'll ask you, okay, Yashashwini, where do you stay? Just one simple question, where do you stay? And let's say I am from US, okay. So for me, I will be able to understand, okay, you are from India, okay. But let's say I'm saying that, okay, next month I'm coming to India, I will meet you. You tell, okay, it is fine, we can meet. But my flight is from New York to Mumbai, right? And you are living in Bangalore. I don't know anything about India, right? It will be very difficult for me to know about your coordinates, to know about your whereabouts, right? So in Chennai, in Bangalore, let's say you are living in Whitefield area. Okay. And in Whitefield also, let's say you are living in AECS layout. In AECS layout, there is, let's say, 18th Cross Road. And in 18th Cross Road, let's say you are staying in house number 5. If I'll if I'll ask you what's the landscape, so you will be able to tell me like, okay, Tushar, in India there are these many states, and I'm staying in, let's say, Karnataka. In Karnataka, there are around 20 cities, out of which the main city is Bangalore. In Bangalore, there are sub areas. So I'm staying in Whitefield, and in Whitefield there are 20 roads in which I'm staying in the 18th Cross Road. In 18th Cross Road, we have 20 houses. So in those 20 houses, how will I get to know which house is yours house, right? So house number is required. So landscape, if I talk about the landscape of AECS layout, so how you will tell me? You will tell Tushar, in AECS layout there are 20 roads, and in 20 roads each road is having 20 houses. I stay in 18th road, 18th Cross Road, in which 20 houses are there, and my house is room house number 5. It will be easier for me to locate, right? To understand which house is yours, right? If I'll ask you, what is Whitefield? Okay, so you will be able to tell me like, Tushar, in India, in Bangalore, okay, we have the different locality like Marathalli, Whitefield, Yehalanka, Belandur, Electronic City, HSR layout, right? And this is one of the key area. So I will be able to understand. If I'll ask you what is Bangalore, where it is in India, so you will be telling like, it's a capital of Karnataka state, and it's the southern part of India, which is around 2000 kilometer away from the Indian capital or something like that. You will demonstrate that. So if I'm asking you the landscape of India, right? I don't know where is India, right? So you will be telling me, right, about the India, right? Like in Asia continent, it will be in southern east part of, that it will be having three side of ocean, one side of mountain, right? Something like that you will describe. So you will be describing the landscape. This is the landscape. So similarly, for every software, we are having the landscape. So that landscape is dev quality production most of the time. Very, very common architecture. Some some software are having dev and queue in one system and prod separately. Some are having dev quality and pre-prod, training, prod, 5 systems in the landscape. So if in the interview someone is asked, what is your SAP landscape? Okay, so you should be able to understand, this guy is asking about how many systems I have in my organization for SAP and what are the rules of that system. So this is all about the system landscape. Any doubt in any of the topic today?
In the last class, we have discussed, right, the need of ERP. So now think about any organization. Okay. So in any organization, SAP ERP software or SAP S/4HANA software will be required. Who wish to implement the SAP software, they will need SAP ERP or SAP S/4HANA. Why? because there are some departments which will be common to all the organization. So what are those departments? Like HR department, like finance department, like admin department, like material management department, and all. So all these department are required to run the organization, not the business, the organization, so that organization will work without any issue. So if any company wants to use any SAP software, so the first, as a SAP basis architect, you need to provide them the solution, SAP systems, which SAP system they should use. So SAP ERP or SAP S4 HANA system will be there in their contract by default, so that they can leverage their ERP to optimize their business. Now, there are different types of business, right? So when I'm saying it, different types of business, I'm just giving you one example. So I will take the first example as Flipkart. So in Flipkart, if you open that website and you want to buy something, what you need to purchase that? So first, customer has to log in, right? With their mobile number or mail ID or whatever is there, they need to buy. And after that, they can select the product and they can place the order, right? Now, let's say in 1 month, okay, in 1 month, it is observed that 500 users from some particular location, XYZ, let's say Mumbai location, bought some item, okay. Let's say the 500 user ordered the, let's say CFL bulb. So demand is more in the Mumbai region for that particular product, right? If any issue comes with the delivery, with the product, right? So what user have to do? User has to log in their using their credential, and then they need to raise the concern about that, whether they want to return that product and all that. So basically, Flipkart business is dependent on the customer relations. Do you agree with me on this or not?
Yes, sir.
Right? So the type of business that e-commerce run is basically the customer centric, right? In which customer is the main, although we know that for every business customer is the primary one, but there's some kind of business, some types of business which for which customer information is very much needed, and Flipkart is one of them. So SAP has developed one SAP CRM, customer relationship software, or SAP C4 HANA system. So based on the nature of business, apart from SAP ERP S4 HANA system, they will be providing their other products as well. Now, just think about the Pepsi. Okay. So Pepsi is a big company. We know that it's a global beverage company. Now tell me, if you need to buy a Pepsi, right? Are you giving any your personal information to the customer?
No, sir.
No, right? So what does it mean? It means that customer relationship is not much needed. When I'm saying customer relationship, it means that end user relationship with the product is not necessary. You can buy Pepsi anywhere from India at any location. Taste will be same, price will be same, right? And so for them, what matters the most? For them is to meet the demand and supply, right? So let's say in 1 year, I'm just taking one example. We all know that Pepsi sale will be very high during the summer season and it will be less in winter season, right? So they need to set their production line based on that, so that to ensure that whatever the demand is there in the market, we will be able to supply in order to meet the demand. So the business which are dependent on supply chain mechanism, for that SAP has released SAP SCM or SAP APO or SAP IBP product. So for PepsiCo company, if PepsiCo wants to implement the SAP system, so they can go with SAP ERP and they can go with SAP SCM. SAP CRM will not help them, right? Now, we have heard about the power distribution company like Power Grid, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, Power Grid Corporation of India, right? PGCIL Limited. So what is their work actually? Their work is to distribute the electricity, is to set up the system and connect the grid so that electricity can be supplied end to end. Now, to do that, what they need to do? They need to set up the substations, right? So first they have to build the product, right? To build the product and then they will be getting the money after that substation is implemented. So in India, it's not like only one location they will be setting up their power station. There are many areas that they will be doing it. And they are having very limited employees, let's say 20,000 employees, working in different departments. So it is very difficult to set up one substation with their employee headcount. And when substation is completed, their employee, if they are able to make it, they will be free. But if, just a minute. So if, let's say they are supposed to construct 500 substations within a month, they don't have that workforce. So what they will do? They will be looking for suppliers, right, in order to complete the construction of their substations. So they will invite the bid. They will float the tender in the market, and based on that, supplier will provide their product and help the power grid company to complete the construction. So in such business types, supplier relationship management is very much required. So for that, SAP has released SAP SRM product. So for PGCIL, okay, I'm just taking one example. If they wish to use SAP system, so first they will be required SAP S/4HANA, because to manage their internal departments, and apart from that, to run their business, to leverage their business,
they need to go for SAP SRM product also. So they will be buying at least these two SAP products. Now, we have covered the SAP ERP system, SAP CRM, SAP SCM, SAP SRM. Now, there is another set of example. Let's say Maruti Suzuki. So Maruti will be making the cars, but not all the components they will be making. They will be asking the suppliers to provide them the parts of the car. So definitely they'll require SAP SRM. They will be requiring SAP ERP or S/4HANA system. Now what else they require? So whenever any new car is launched, so there will be a different production line will be created at initial level, so that that particular car will be manufactured using that product line. Let's say company after 5 years planning to revamp that car or closing that car, right? So they need to close that production line. So to manage that, we have SAP PLM, which is nothing but product landscape management. Now, any doubt in any of the business suits?
No, sir.
So these are SAP business suits. So as a SAP basis consultant, we need to understand the nature of business in which you are working, what your company is exactly doing, and how they are using the SAP system. So if the nature of business is related to e-commerce, so it looks like they will be using SAP S/4HANA system. They will be using SAP CRM system as well. It is not necessary, but it's the closest business suit that will help their business to grow, right? Now, so if I'll give you any scenario, I'm giving you one exercise. Let's say HDFC Bank. Okay, just think in a broader perspective. You need to implement the SAP software in HDFC Bank. So you need to come up with all the SAP product that can be used in SAP HDFC Bank. Okay. Now, this exercise will be done when I will be able to give you all the SAP products detail. So till now we have discussed SAP business suits. So why these are defined as SAP business suits? Because they are helping the organization to run their business, right? Now, you tell me why we are doing business? Just to make money, right?
Yes, sir.
And what after 1 year of business? Let's say you have started any of the business and 1 year is completed. So after 1 year, what you will do?
We will expand the business.
Sorry? You will try to expand your business. It is nothing but you will try to earn more money, right? That my last year earning is this much and I want to achieve that, right? So in SAP, if you are using SAP systems, so all the data will be there in these systems. Now you want to analyze how much sales we have done, which product we have sold the most, which department we have burned our cost more, right? which department we have highest head count. Okay, those things. So to analyze that data which is present in those business suits, right, we have to do some reporting, right? Higher management wants to see the report, how we are growing, what's area that we are lagging behind the in the market, right? So for that, SAP has provided SAP BW system or BI system. So this system will be used on top of these SAP products so that they can do the analytics part. And what analytics will do? So basically, they are this BW system is dependent on these business suite to get the data. So they will get the data in real time and they will create the report. So you may have the doubt like, Tushar, why can't we do the reporting in our existing system? Right? We should do that. I'm not denying that we can do that, but you just think about in that perspective. Let's say your business is running, right? So your live system is already handling so much of transactions. Now, let's say on a daily basis, 10 lakh transactions are happening in your system. Now, you want to create a report to understand which transaction is the highest on each day. So just think, when you create that query within the system, how much data it will process, right? And if you are doing for last 1 year, so last 1 year data, it will search, it will process, right? Which will downgrade the performance of your live system. So that is why whatever the reporting or whatever the analytics that we have to do on our data, business data, that we should do in a separate system. So SAP is having the solution for analytics is SAP BW and SAP BI. Now, let's say you have the report. Now, based on report, what you will do? You are able to understand where we are lagging, what is missing. What you will do? Now, the top management will brainstorm and try to identify the new business process in order to achieve the target or filling the gap which is identified in the report, right? So it is required that it may come up that you need to modify some business process that you can do in your system. Also, there are chances that your organization is using other application as well apart from SAP. So it is necessary to have the integration of all the software which your company is using. There is no company which is using only a single software. So there are different software that they will be using, the non-SAP software. So we need to communicate, we need to share the data with them, or we need to fetch the data from there. So to make it happen, to enable the communication between SAP and non-SAP system. So SAP PI or SAP P or SAP CPI. These are the products. So SAP PI is basically process integration. PO is the enhanced version of SAP PI system, which is process orchestration. And right now, nowadays, it is we are having CPI, which is nothing but cloud platform integration. So these things will help you to connect with other systems, either to get the data, either to provide the data to third-party software and all. Now, for any organization, we need people, process, and information. These are the three basic necessity of any organization. Why we are doing business? People will always think about that we are making money, but it's not about money. The business will be set up to solve the people's problem. If you are able to solve any people problem, mass people problem, right, your business will succeed. You will make money. So business is all about understanding the people problem and provide the solution to them. Now you understood the problem, what is there in the market. To achieve that, you need to define some business process to get it done, which will help you to your business to stabilize. And for that, what you need, how you identify the problem is based on the information. So let's say you want to make a driving license. I'm just giving you one example. So to make the driving license, right, if let's say you want to make a startup for making the driving license. So first thing that you have to do the survey. You have to meet the people to understand what is the problem that they are facing while applying for DL, right? So once you have that information, after connecting with people, right, you will be able to frame out what can be done in order to make the process faster or to make the process smooth, right? So you will define your process and you will implement those changes. And what will be the end result? It's not about money, it's about solving people's problem, right? So similarly, for any organization, it's okay that we are building product for the customer, for the mass people, but that organization has to take care of their employees as well, because it's the employees who runs the show of your business. If your employees are not happy, they will leave the organization and your business will not be sustained. If policies are not good, right, so you will not be able to run the business. So to manage the employee life cycle or to take care of employee concerns or employee work, SAP has released SAP EP software, which is known as SAP Enterprise Portal, in which your company employee can apply the leave, can fill the timesheet, can view their salary, can check their bonus compensation, can resign from there. All those things can be done from this software. So till now I have discussed about SAP ERP, SAP S4HANA, SAP CRM, SAP SRM, SAP PLM. These are the business suites. Then we have SAP BI or BW. BI is business intelligence, BW is business warehousing. That is for reporting or analytics. Then we have SAP PPI or PO or SAP PI for integration with other system. And then we have SAP EP for employees, for internal employees. So these are the available SAP products, remember, it is not like always only these SAP software will be there. There are more than this. There are many softwares, many other products are available, but these are most commonly used software based on the nature of business that we have. So when you are providing the solution for HDFC Bank, okay, you need to consider all these scenarios and you need to come up with what all SAP products we can suggest the HDFC Bank to implement as a part of SAP system. In the last class, I have given the detail about the landscape in which I discussed about development system, quality system, and production system. So when I am saying it, the landscape, development, quality, and production, let's say 3 systems are there. So let's say your company is using SAP ERP. So your SAP ERP will be having 3 systems. Your company is using SAP BI. So that will also having development, quality, production. Your company is using SAP PI system. That will also be having SAP. Your SAP is using SAP EP. D, Q, P. Now, if I'll ask you about your SAP landscape, so your answer will be that we are using 4 SAP products and each product is having 3 system landscape D, Q, P. So total system we have number of products, that is 4 into number of system per landscape. So we have 12 systems in our SAP landscape. If I ask you what is your ERP landscape, so your answer will be 3 systems. If I'll ask you SAP BI landscape, it will be 3 systems. SAP PI 3 systems. But your SAP landscape, how many systems are there in your landscape? It will be 12. And your answer will be like that we are using 4 SAP products like SAP ERP, SAP BI, SAP PI, and SAP EP, and we are using, each product is having 3 system landscape. Any doubt till now?
No, sir.
So this information you will not see anywhere in the internet. Okay. You may get to know about what is SAP ERP, SAP S4HANA, SAP SRM, PLM, but it is very difficult to identify. If you go and search in Google, you will not be able to understand. Okay. This is the simplest way, and if you are starting your career in SAP, it is very important to understand these things. So if you know these things, then you will be able to work in SAP as a basis consultant. The functional team will not be having idea about landscape, BS system. For them, each system is same. They will not able to identify it. Okay. But as a basis guy, we will be able to, and we should be able to identify. So now we have discussed all the SAP products. We have discussed about the SAP landscape in the organization. Now, last class we discussed that we need to do some changes, so it has to be done in development, and then it will go to quality forecasting, and then quality testing is successful, then it will go to prod, right? So to make this happen, right, how it will be done? So in SAP, any change that we are going to do, we will be creating a transport request. So transport request will be created by either ABAPer, means the coder, or the functional guy like FI consultant, MM consultant, or any other consultant. So there are two types of transport request. One is workbench request and one is customized request. So workbench request will be the request that will be having the code changes, and customized request will be having the configuration changes. So what is code changes and what is configuration changes? I will tell you. Let's say in your company, there are 5 plants. Okay, I'm just giving you one example. So there are 5 plants of your company where your product is being manufactured, or your let's say Maruti Suzuki is having 5 plants in India. Okay, let's say Hyundai is having 2 plants in India. So in SAP, you can set that plant number, plant location, right, based on the number of plants, based on the what is the location you have, so that this plant will remain the same in SAP system. There will be no change in that. What will change? The number of plant location will get changed according to the organization. So these kind of configuration will be treated as a configuration change. Now, if let's say you want to create a user, so to create a user, you required some information from user, like full name, first name, last name, telephone number, email address, and all. So by default, some fields will come automatically, but you need some other additional information. Let's say you need a PAN card information has to be there for the user, but that option is not present in SAP standard program. So what you have to do, although you are creating the user, right, but your user data, user information is different, for which you need to make the changes in your SAP program, and that will be treated as a code changes. So code changes will be always considered as workbench request, and configuration changes will be considered as a customized request. So customized request will be created by the functional consultant, the guys who are having the knowledge of that particular field, like MM, FI, CO, HR, those things. And code changes, it will be from ABAPer. So ABAPer, irrespective of the module, they will be doing the code changes. Whatever the requirement will be given to them by the functional consultant. Now, you have, let's say developer has created a request in dev system. They have created one TR. Now, that TR has to be there in quality for testing. So as a basis consultant, it is our responsibility to maintain the system integrity. It means that whatever the changes is being done, you need to monitor that. Because the developer has done some changes, it has to be go to quality system, and we are not sure whether it will work or not, or what functionality it will impact. We have no idea about it, right? But let's say developer are developing 10 transports and they are importing into the quality system without informing anyone, right? And then in quality, without testing it, our system may go down. Our system functionality, existing system functionality which are running in prod may hampered, may not work. Our system will be having major issues. So as a basis consultant, it is our responsibility to control and maintain our SAP landscape. Whatever the transport which are going from dev to quality and quality to production, it is our responsibility to move. And when I'm saying it to move, so it means that the changes we will be moving to the system. If it got failed, we need to inform the owner of transport that it got ended with this error. Please check it immediately. And that concerned person, be it functional, be it ABAP, they have to fix that, and they have to they have to provide the correction TR to fix that code or fix that configuration. So there are many times, you may have heard that, okay, the system is going live or these changes are going live in the system and system crashes. So what will be the approach? The basis team will be able to identify these are the transport which went to the production system, and after that system was crashed. So what has to be done? Those transport has to be corrected. So owner of those transport has to be contacted and they need to provide the fix for those. So our task is to maintain the landscape by importing the transports. Now, for dev to quality, no approval is required. You can import any transport. I will discuss how to import the transport in upcoming classes. But for now, you just need to understand the process. Now, if it is there in the quality, business and functional user will test the functionality, and they will need a UAT test done. So UAT is user acceptance testing, and once UAT is there with a screenshot and business has approved those changes, then transport has to be imported from quality to prod. If it got successful in prod, then it is good. But if it is failed, then you need to connect with the owner of the TR. So what that guy will do, he will create the correction TR in development system. Then testing has to be done in queue, and then it has to be moved in the P after the approval and UAT sign. Whether we know that it's a correction TR, but approval is required to import the transport, import the changes in the production system. Any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay. So this is very easy. For process wise, I have told you how this change management, the TR release, TR import will work and what procedure we have to follow. Now, we have discussed about the SAP products, we have discussed about the SAP transport, we have discussed about the SAP landscape. Any doubt in any of the topic till now?
No, sir, but the whole process of communication between the development, testing, and production would be with the HR only, sir.
I'll tell you about that. So when we have the system access, I'll show you how it will work. Okay, but I'll give you the glimpse of it, right? How it is going to be. So you have to import that transport from dev to quality and quality to prod, right? And you have to maintain the consistency of change. Like let's say you have imported the TR to quality, but it is possible that that TR is not imported to prod system, right? How we'll get to know that this TR is not in prod? So it means that whatever the transport that has been created in development system, production system should know, right? Quality system should also know what is the status. So for the change, right, for the change management, it is necessary to have the domain controller. So what is the use of domain controller? It is like, let's say, a domain controller, how will we doing it? You will be doing it. Okay. Let's say you are staying in Mumbai and you have to go to Pune, and then you have your final destination is Jaipur, right? So from Mumbai you have started your journey and you have reached the Pune. So your Mumbai, if I am in Jaipur, I should be able to know that you have left from Mumbai and you have reached in Pune, right? Your Pune, if any of your friend is in Pune, he should be able to understand that you were there in Mumbai and now you are in Pune. Now you are about to leave from Pune to Jaipur. And your Mumbai friend will be able to understand and know that, okay, you have left from Mumbai and right now you are in Pune and you will be reaching to Jaipur, right? So there is a controller, right? You have to control full transport, full road you have to control. It means that, let's say you are in Pune and your connectivity is lost, right? So Mumbai location will not be able to identify where are you, right? So he cannot acknowledge that the parcel or not the parcel, you are reached to Jaipur or you can be reached to Jaipur or not, right? So it is something like similar to courier service, right? So when you order something from online portal, right, any e-commerce portal, so you will be receiving the message that your package has been shipped from this location, it has reached to this facility, it has reached to this facility, and it has reached to this facility. Each facility will be sharing their data, and there will be a one central location where it will keep in touch with all the transport locations. What is the status, right? So domain controller is to control the transport movement. So who can be domain controller? Your development system can be domain controller, your quality and your prod also. Any of these system can be domain controller. In 99% cases, your domain controller will be development system because it is where your transport is getting created. Now, let's say you are moving the changes. So connectivity has to establish between dev, quality and production. Now, let's say your development system is down and your transport is in quality system. Now you have to import the same in the production system. But since your domain controller is down, you will not be able to send the transport from quality to prod because your domain controller is not available. You will not able to identify what is the status of this request. whether it is present in your development system or not. Whether so, domain controller is very much needed. We can make any system as a domain controller. Now, to move the transport from one system to another system, we need to set up the connectivity. So when we do the system installation, SAP system installation, we will be discussing that part, how to create the connectivity between dev to quality and quality to prod, and how to share that information of domain controller with all the systems like dev, quality and prod. So dev, quality and prod is basically landscape that we will be discussing. Now, I'm just taking one more example. Let's say you are planning to buy a car, and that car is, let's say you are going to buy Seltos. Kia Seltos you are going to buy. Now, after 1 month, you face some issue in car gearbox. So what you will do? You will be contacting your service center, right, of Kia, and saying that my car gearbox is having problem, right? So whenever new model is released, it's not like it will work. It is 100% good. It will run without any issue, right? So when system is live, when any product is live, it will go into maintenance phase, right? So they will check your car gearbox. After that, they will have some scenarios. What are scenarios? Are you the only one who is facing this issue? Or is this particular car model itself is having issue? Or all model of this car are having this issue? Let's say you are running your car on a daily basis. So you face the problem after 1 month. I also bought the Kia Seltos, same model, but I am running that car only once in a week. So I may get the gearbox problem after 30 drive, right? Which can be 8 months around, right? So what your service center will do, they will fix your gearbox problem for you only and make a note of it, that for this customer, for this car, for this particular model, we got gearbox issue which we fix like this. After 8 months, I also face the same issue. So what they will do, they will apply the same thing in my car gearbox, but within 1 month I face another issue with the car wiper, and you face the same issue after 1 year. So solution will be there, what they will do. So it's all about 2 customers that we discussed. Let's say 1 lakh people bought the car. There will be definitely different issues identified during the service process. Not all the customers, but many customers. So some of the issues are common one, some of the issues are repetitive one, some of the issues are, unique one, which can be reported by the other customer after some point of time. So similarly, in case of softwares, we will be having the same thing. So when we will be having the same thing, what we have to do? So in case of SAP software, once SAP released its version of any software, after go live, that software will go into support phase, where different SAP customer will report the issue that we are facing this issue in the system while doing this. Please help us out. So what SAP will do? SAP will release a correction note. A correction note is nothing but the programs, and they will release it as a correction note, and they will inform the customer that please implement this note which is having the code changes to fix that issue. Now let's say after 1 year 10,000 issues reported. So SAP will be having 10,000 correction note. Now let's say a customer is having all the issues, which is identifying all the customers. All customer reported 2 or 3 issues, and they got all 10,000 issues. So it is very difficult for them to implement these notes one by one. It will take a year. So what SAP will do, after some point of time, a collection of note they will release as a support pack. They will tell, let's say your system support pack is 2 and you are facing some challenge. So SAP will tell, please go to SAP SP level 4. So that whatever issue that is having in SP2 and SP3, you will not face those things. If you are having your support patch S4, all those issues will be gone. Now, for support pack is also a limit. Let's say 40 support pack is already released, and still they are facing new issues. So what they will do, they will change the release, like release 1, or let's say SAP system release is 740. So they will say you upgrade your system to 742. So when you are going from 740 to 742, whatever the issue is there in 740 and 741 will be automatically taken care. In simpler terms, which phone, Yashashwini, you are using, either iOS or Android?
Android, sir.
Android. So I believe that there is some version of Android phone. Android, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's say Android 7. I don't know. I am not a user of Android. So maybe like in case of iOS, I have some idea. Let's say iOS 16, and you have here like iOS 16.0.1, iOS 16.0.2.
Yes, I heard about them.
iOS 16.1, iOS 17. So iOS 16.0.1 is nothing but the correction note. 0.2 is nothing but correction note. 16.0 to 16.1 is nothing but SP release, and 16 to 17 is nothing but a new release. So same approach will be followed in all the softwares. Similarly, we will be having this strategy in SAP system in terms of correction notes, release, and the SP pack. To apply the corrections, we have different procedure. To apply the support pack, we have different procedure. To apply the release, we have different procedure, which we will be discussing in the upcoming classes. But for now, this will be the scenario. So when system is installed, okay, any system, so we'll have to think about the product maintenance, in which SAP will be releasing different correction notes, different SPs, different release. So on a periodic basis, we need to do that activity. Either we will be doing the system upgrade, or we will be fixing the issue based on the issues that we are getting. So as a basis consultant, we should know what is there in the release, what is there in the correction note, what is there in the SP packs. Any doubt till now?
No, sir.
Okay. So this part we have also covered. Now, I request you to go through the previous class and today's class, whatever we have discussed. And tomorrow, we will be discussing about the first SAP task of SAP system installation. So, SAP system installation, when I am talking about, so it can be SAP S4HANA, it can be SAP CRM, it can be SAP SCM, it can be SAP IBP, it can be SAP BI, it can be SAP PO, all are different. But the installation process will remain same for all the products. So what will change? Basically, software will change. Apart from that, everything will remain same. So I want you to go through the class and let me know in case of any doubt. And if there is no doubt, then we are good to start with SAP system, in which
Okay.
we will be. So just remember that the SAP system installation is not like every basis consultant will get the chance to do it. Let's say your organization is implementing the SAP, then only you will be doing the SAP system installation. It's not like today I will do the system installation and you are in working in support project, right? So it will be very difficult. Okay. So not all the SAP based consultant will get the chance to do the installation, but we should know what needs to be done. The process will remain same.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Visible to you?
Yes, sir. You spoke
Okay.
about the business suits and the landscape and support
Right,
packaging.
right. So just I just wanted to tell you about, the component solution which we discussed yesterday, right? So the pictorial representation. So like I discussed with you that SAP ERP system only, right? So you can see that SAP ERP business suite right now. So when I'm talking about full SAP component solutioning, so I will be taking the example of one business suite. So here I am taking SAP ERP example, right? For CRM, the solutioning will be same, component will be changed. Okay, this ERP will be changed. So this ERP will be consist of two things. One is core components of business like HR, FI, MM, SD, those modules. And these modules, these core components are accessible through the either web application server ABAP or web application server Java system. So SAP system will be of two type, like I told you in previous classes, that ABAP or Java system. But 95% systems are based on ABAP system. Then, so the computing engine. So computing engine means where end user will enter all the details, input their data and get the output. So they will be accessing the SAP system through web application servers. So it means that for us it will be Java. So all the complexity will be here. And I discussed about the BI for reporting purpose, right? So there are two other components. The functionality of those things like master data management and composition environment is same. Then we discussed about the process integration, and we have discussed about the enterprise portal also. So all these different products like SAP EP, process integration, business intelligence, master data management, composition, environment, and SAP ERP. These all are different SAP systems, but base for all the system is SAP NetWeaver. So SAP NetWeaver is the framework for any SAP system. So when if I'll ask you what will be the component of SAP ERP, right? So you will be saying that Tushar, SAP ERP will be based on ECC and the version you will be telling, and it will be having SAP NetWeaver as well. For BI, you will be having SAP BI along with the SAP NetWeaver. So SAP NetWeaver will be common framework which will be used in all the SAP solutions. So like we discussed, right, how SAP basis service work in an organization, right? So in the topmost layer, you can see that it's a SAP IT organization. In SAP IT organization, we are having SAP basis consultant and SAP ABAP and Java developer. So you can see that there is a very minute difference between SAP basis consultant and SAP ABAP developers in the positioning. You can see the SAP basis is lower than SAP developers if you compare it, the positioning. So SAP basis is the primary one, and developer will be doing the coding, which we discussed. They will be creating the custom code, and functional analyst will be doing the functional configuration. Why we are doing it in ECC? Because to help our business organization like sales, purchase, finance, and HR. And at the end of day, what is the purpose of doing business is to provide the service to the customer. This we have already discussed, so I'm not going much in detail about it. So, and also I will not be discussing right now the SAP security, because that is separate thing. We'll be discussing that once the we will be having a the user creation class, how to create the user and all. So this architecture is something different. So once you have the access to the system, SAP server, you will be able to understand it, what is happening. So this I'm going to skip right now. We'll be proceeding with the system installation. So let me open the SAP system installation. Just a minute. Okay. So just a minute. Okay. So SAP system installation. So to install the SAP system, right, SAP has provided one website, one web URL through which you can plan your landscape, your systems, all the systems you can plan. So this SAP URL is known as SAP Maintenance Planner. So what we can do in SAP Maintenance Planner is that you can plan for new system. You can plan for system change. Okay. And the enhanced version of system change is you can plan for system release change. Okay. So these are the functionality provided by the SAP Maintenance Planner. So to log into that SAP Maintenance Planner, so once your contract is signed, okay, so SAP will be giving you one user ID. So basically that user ID will be known as S user ID. Okay, so in SAP, if you are working as a SAP basis consultant, you will be given one SAP S user ID through which you will be doing all the tasks. When I'm saying all the tasks, it means all the services provided by SAP, all the functionality provided by SAP to your customer can be managed through this S user ID only. Okay. So S user ID is very powerful user ID in terms of SAP solutioning part, and as a basis consultant, this is the by default user ID that will be given to, and that will be given to us. If it is not given to us, we should have it. There are lots of things which are dependent on S user ID for SAP basis consultants. So once you have the S user ID, so that S user ID will be specific to one particular customer. Okay. So when your customer is defined, is created after the contract is completed, like contract is signed, not completed, the contract is signed. So SAP will create your customer in their system, and they will provide one user ID to access all the SAP solution which you got for your company. So what you have to do, you have to log in to SAP Maintenance Planner using S user ID. Okay. So once you do that, you log into that. So you need to plan for a system. So basically, the initial part of installation, which I will be discussing today, that is, we will be generating the stack file for, for a new system. Okay. So this is the first thing. So don't look at the S user. It is the old one. So when you open the maintenance planner, it will open like that. Okay. So SAP maintenance planner will be open like that. And after login with S user, okay. So you can see.
So stack file means more like a zip file only, compressed file.
Uh, okay, I'll tell you that also. 1 minute. Uh, I have discussed this, right? The enterprise core components, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct. So these core components. So SAP system is not about SAP ERP, right? SAP ERP having many components. Okay. All those components. So when we are planning for the any SAP system installation, right? So we need to know what all components are required, or what all components along with the version and the release of the current system software are available, which will help our system to build. So that stack file will be having all components detail along with the version. Here in this diagram, you can see Enterprise Portal 7.5, SAP ECC 6.0, EHP 8, right? So these are nothing but the version of the software. Like for SAP ERP, if I'll talk about, so we have SAP ERP 6.0, we have SAP ERP 6.0 EHP1, we have SAP ERP 6.0 EHP2, EHP3. So these are all are SAP ERP systems, but they are different versioning. Like you are having iPhone 13, you are having iPhone 15, you are having iPhone 16, you are having iPhone 17, right? So each release will be coming up with the new functionality, new features, right? So all that detail, let's say today is 2025, right? And if you are going to install or build a new system, so you will be getting the software, the latest versions. So when I'm saying the latest versions, so for S4 HANA, I'll give you the example. So S4 HANA strategy is like S4 HANA 1709. So it means that it was built in 2017. Then S4 HANA 1809, then S4 HANA 1909. So every year they will be releasing a new product of S4 HANA. So, okay, so SAP, if you are going to install the new SAP system today, so you will be getting the software components like SAP S4 HANA 2025, because this is the current release of the SAP S4 HANA system. And SAP S4 HANA system is having enterprise core components like ABAP is there, UI component, basis component, HR components, right? Which will be the basic building blocks of the system. So stack file will be having the information of all the components of one single system. Understood or any doubt?
Understood, sir.
Okay, so let me show you in detail. So whenever you are going to plan a new system, so what you have to do, in the home option will be there, plan for a new system. So when you click on that option, so you will, this page will be open, and in which it will ask for the choose your part to SAP S4 HANA. So there are three options which SAP is giving right now. That is install new SAP S4 HANA system. It means that you are new customer of SAP. So first option you can select. Second option, convert existing SAP ERP system to SAP S4 HANA system. Because SAP ERP is the older system, right? And SAP always preferred your software has to be the latest one, right? Like iOS 17, 18, right? Like that. So the existing customer who are running on ECC systems, okay, who are using SAP for long time, they have to migrate their system from, they have to convert their system from SAP ECC to S4 HANA. So they need to choose the second option. Third option is you are already a SAP customer who are using SAP S4 HANA system. So if you need to update the existing SAP S4 HANA system, it means that the SAP S4 HANA system, right? Like you have installed SAP S4 HANA system, let's say 1709, right? So right now the SAP S4 HANA release is 2025. So you are planning to upgrade your S4 HANA system from 1709 to 2025. So you need to select the third system. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Understood?
Understood, sir.
Yeah. Now, so as we are planning to do the new system installation, like for understanding purpose, so it's a first time activity. Okay. Let's say you are lucky guy, you are lucky resource who get the chance to work in SAP implementation project, right? So you will be getting the opportunity to install the new SAP system. If you are already in working for such client who are already using SAP, then you will not get the chance to install the new system. So either you will be getting the chance, the second one or the third one. So first one is, one of the activity which you will get once in a lifetime opportunity, I will say. So when you choose the first option and click on next, it will ask you, okay, so here backend and front end system are there, so which are not in use that much. Okay, there are only one system that we need to install, so we'll focus on that part. So it will ask for the new system now. So when you are planning to install a new system, there's something that you need to understand when you are providing the solutioning. When I'm saying the solutioning, it means that let's say you have told the customer that SAP
S4HANA 2025 they are installing. So they are installing dev, quality and production system. Now, first thing is, so it is like a newborn baby, right? Which is born, right? So what you have to do, you have to call him, right? So you have to give some name to him, right? Similar way, whenever you are installing a new system, it is necessary for you to define the name of that system. Now, it is not that this nomenclature or this naming convention that customer will give you. As a SAP solution architect, as a SAP basis guy, you can decide the SAP system name. But there are something which we need to consider while naming the convention, while naming the systems. Like, let's say you are naming the development system. So there should be some identifier so that whenever you someone is calling that name, you will be able to identify, okay, this is development system of my SAP S4HANA business suite, right? Let's say along with that, you are installing SAP PO system, right? DQP. So name will be different. All system name will be different. There cannot be, whether it is S4HANA system or SAP P or any other SAP product, name has to be different one. That's the first thing in one landscape. Okay. It is possible that you are working for customer A and I am working for customer B. We both can have the same name of the system, but we cannot have the same system name in our landscape twice. Okay. So you can have ABC, I can have ABC for my customer, but I cannot have, or you cannot have two ABC systems. Hope you understood this. So now the question is how to define the name of the system. So SAP system name is nothing but there is some limitation of naming the system, SAP system. So it has to be three letter, consists of three letters or numerals, numeric. Okay. So only 3 digit, and make sure that it should be the combination of alphabets along with the numerals. You cannot name the system 1, 2, 3, but you can name the system ABC. You can name the system A1B. You can name the system AB1. You can name the system 1AB, but 1, 2, 3 you cannot select. Okay. So now what you have to do, I'm just giving you some, basic understanding, because as a SAP basis guy, we have to decide. And remember, if you have decided that my system name will be this, it cannot be changed again. It will remain fixed. So let's say you are working for HDFC Bank. I'm just giving you one example. They are using S4HANA. Okay. And you have to do DQP. Now, what you have to do? Okay. You have to give the name. So as per my understanding, if I'll have to do the name assignment for their systems, how I will be doing it? I will be selecting one of the letter from the customer name. Second digit I will be selecting based on the system functionality, let's say DQP. And third, I can select any number, or I can navigate, or I can rotate any of the thing. So let's start. So let's say, or I can select the third digit or third letter based on the system type. So let's say my system is S4 HANA. So let's say I am making the system S. S denotes for SAP S4 HANA product. H denotes for HDFC, and D denote for development system. Now for quality, SHQ, SHP. This is one of the combination. No one is going to question you why you are doing it, why you are selecting this particular name. It is the basis consultant who will be deciding. Now, this is one of the combination that you can go. Another combination, like for S will be very difficult to understand for me, like S, what is S? So what I did, what I am doing, I'm just putting SAP S4. I'm taking the S4. Now it's development system S4D, S4Q, S4P. So for me, it is very easy to understand. Okay, S4D is for development of SAP S4 HANA, Q for quality, and P for production. Another combination can be H, H for HDFC. I would say I can select one D. Let's say this is my first system which I'm installing. I'm putting the name like that, H1D. Then I will be putting H1Q. Then I'll put H1P. Or I can rotate these letters as well, like HSD or DHS, QHS, something like that. So there is no such specific criteria apart from the 3-digit, condition that we need to follow. Any doubt in that?
No, sir.
So if you get the chance to install the system, okay, and if and customer is not giving you any name, okay, they told you, you decide, right? So you can, based on that, you can decide. But when I'm saying it, you are doing it, you have to be a little bit logical in terms of defining the system name, right? Like if you are giving the name S4P for your development system, right? So let's say you install the system S4D as development system, and let's say after 2 years you got good offer and you switch, right? You change your job. Now I came as a replacement of yours, right? Now what I have to do, right? Based on SHP, I will be having understanding, okay, this is production system, but actually it is your development system. So the naming convention which you are putting, okay, you have to be very careful that it is not the you who will be installing this system. You are creating a legacy. So even if you are not part of that organization, you are supposed to follow some standard for naming convention. So the naming convention that you need to keep in mind is that there should be some nomenclature so that it will be easier to identify this is your development, this is your quality, this is your production system. Okay. Apart from that, the other digit, 2 digit, 2 letters, you can decide by yourself. Okay. So development, make sure D is there. For quality, make sure Q is there. For production, make sure P is there. So that it will be easier for any other consultant who are working when you left the organization or when you completed this SAP S4HANA implementation or anything, right? So it is, you need to keep the, you know, you need to keep the nomenclature as per the SAP basis understanding. So it is not that you are defining the system name for the customer. End user will never bothered about whether it is S4P, S4Q. They don't know. It is development, it is quality, it is production. It is for us to identify the system type that we are defining in the landscape. Hope I think it is fine. I don't want to do any other further discussion on that. I think now you are able to understand it.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
next thing is you will be asked to put the target version. So when I'm saying the target version after defining the system name, so target version will be the SAP system version which you need to install or which you are, which you want to install. So when you select this option, so basically you will be getting, let's say you are planning for SAP S4 HANA. So you are getting the target version as S4 HANA 2022, 2023, 2024 and 2025. So it is up to you which version you have to decide. But as per SAP recommendation, we are always supposed to select the latest target version. So even if 2024, 2023, 2025 is available, you have to use the latest one, which is nothing but 2025. Okay. Now, after that, you can see the target stack. So what is the target stack? So it is just the release that we discussed, right? The SP upgrade, right? So all the when you are selecting initial shipment stack, it means that all your software version will be at SP level 0, support pack level 0, base you will be getting. So there are chances that the some particular software are having on SP5, SP7, SP10, but SAP will wants you to start with the initial step shipment stack. Then it will ask you for target product instance, like what all you need in S4 HANA. There are many functionality in SAP S4 HANA system, which we don't know, and it is very difficult for us to memorize or to understand all the things. So this information will be given by the client. How and what functionality that SAP S4 HANA we are going to use. So we need to select that. Once you select and click on next, it will ask for the front end. So front end we are not going to discuss because it is the older one. So I'm keeping my focus on the first system only. So when you select it, you can select the underlying SAP NetWeaver, right? So this SAP NetWeaver, which I told you, right? It will be a part of all the SAP softwares. So you will be having the option to select that. I will request you to select that, the latest one. So target software, it will show the latest software release date and the version. So 05 is the version and 10029. So it was released in 10029. So like that you can decide. For Java, similarly you can decide, but we are installing the SAP S4 HANA system. Once it is done, then it will give us the summary and it will ask you to show the OSDB product availability matrix for SAP S4 HANA. Now, so when you do the planning, okay, so let's say you have decided that you are going to use SAP S4 HANA 1909. So these are the target software which will come in SAP S4 HANA system. So it is not like only SAP S/4HANA will be shown to you. Here you can see SAP S/4HANA 1909. You can see SAP S/4HANA Foundation 1909, ABAP Platform 1909, right? So SAP system consists of many software components, right? So it will be coming by default once when you select the SAP system type. So after that, you need to select, what you want to do in that. So when you select the file, like when you click on the next, so it will give you the detail of OS and DB files. So if you remember, I showed you one thing. Let me show it again. I believe this thing. So this selection, you will be able to identify what software is available for your OSDB combination. So let's say, so for SAP system installation, right? Your server will be built by the server team. So you can choose any operating system on that, like Windows, Linux, AIX. So all the OS available, which are compatible with your SAP system will be shown over here. So what you have to do, you need to understand what is your OS detail. So let's say your OS is Linux on x86 64-bit. So you need to select that option. And when you select it, you will be able to check the database available for that particular operating system. You can select Linux or Power bit 64 if your server is running on that. So when you select the operating system, your dependent software based on the OS will be shown, and these software are mandatory one if you are going with that particular OS. So your system will be configured based on this available, DB and OS dependent files. So when you have done it, so you need to select these things and you need to click on the next. So next button is this one. So when you select it, it will become active and you can click on next. So after selecting the file and confirming the selection, okay, it will give you the stack dependent file also. So OSDB, ABAP, non-ABAP, all the dependent file it will show. There will be some independent file also. It is up to you whether you want to select it or not. So you can see that. For a basis consultant, it is not necessary to know what this SAP ABAP will do, what this STPI will do, user interface technology. These are the components of that SAP S/4HANA product. So when you select all these files, okay, when you select all these files, these are nothing but the bundle software of that particular system which you are going to install. So make sure that you need to select all. And after selecting all the files of latest version, you do the next, and in next you will get the screen like that. So here you will be getting the option download stack XML. So you can download that file. So that stack file is very much needed when you are going to install your system. The tool for installation will be asked for the stack file, and then it will search for those software which are present in a stack file. If those softwares are present, then only you will be able to install your SAP system based on the product which you have chosen, whether it is SAP S/4HANA, ERP or anything. Now, so when you click on download XML file, so you can see that there are SAR files are there. These are nothing but the software dump for your SAP system. It can be in 100. So what you have to do, you need to download it. So SAP has provided the download basket. So in download basket, what you have to do, you have to log in with that as user. through which you have logged in and created the stack file. And when you log in with that tool will be installed in your laptop. And when you open that, download basket, and the moment you push to download basket, you select this option. So all the software which are required to install your SAP system will be shown over there. And from there, you need to select and you can start downloading of the softwares. So that instead of selecting and downloading software one by one, SAP Download Manager is providing you the functionality to download all the software in single click. Okay, so you can download the Excel also. It is the Excel version of the your stack file. So once after downloading the stack file, you push to download basket, you have downloaded the softwares, right? Now, one thing I missed, actually, I should start with that. To install the SAP system, right? Or to install any software, I'll refine this question in that manner, right? What we need, basically, what is the basic requirement to install any software? Let's say I'm asking you that uh, you are supposed to install the Google Chrome. Now tell me how you will be doing it.
So we will check for the requirements, prerequisites for the installing the apps, like the memory, RAM, and all.
No, that is fine. But what is for, I'm again asking you the same question. You are supposed to install Google Chrome. How you will how you will install it? That's it.
We go to
First
Play
thing,
Store and install.
go to Play Store. So from Play Store, what you will be doing?
We will be searching for the Google Chrome search. Once we
Right.
find,
So it means that you will be searching for software, right?
yes, sir.
Right. And when you have the software, then only you will be able to install the Google Chrome, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So software is very much needed. Without software, you cannot do anything, right? So similarly, to install the SAP system, you are supposed to download the softwares, right? So these softwares are nothing but all these things that we have discussed.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So for SAP system, you will require many softwares.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So now what you have to do, now you are able to install, you are able to download the softwares. So to download the softwares, right, you need what to say, some space, right, in the hard disk, right?
Yes, sir.
So it is basic necessity to have at least 200 GB of space available. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So let's say, so I'm just giving the scenarios. Okay, you are planning the system, you are doing it. This all is good, but client will give you the software, right? And then client will be asking, please install the SAP system. And when you log into the server, okay, it will be all blank. So there are many things which are required at OS level. So do you have any idea in the OS, in Linux particularly?
No, sir.
Okay, so in Linux you don't have any idea. Okay, fine. In Windows, you have the idea, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'll do? Okay. So okay, fine. Like for
Are you
right now,
speaking about the kernel, sir? Like core, then
no, not the kernel. I'm just asking you, like you have worked on Linux or not?
I did in my college days, sir. I don't know after that. Much after that.
Okay, okay, fine. So maybe okay, you are aware about the Windows, right?
Yes, sir.
So what I'll do, I will keep this conversation for Windows right now, okay, for this class. But I will check. I will discuss the Linux thing also, so that you can understand and having the clarity how the things can be done in Linux.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so for Windows we are having the drives, right? Let's say we are having the C drive, we are having D drive, we are having E drive, right? Like that. So basic thing, if someone is going to ask you, right? Let's say on Windows Server you are going to install SAP system. So you need 200 GB of space for softwares, right? So it means that you will be requesting 200 GB space. So you are asking like E drive should be having 200 GB of space, free space. And in E drive, you will be creating one directory, right, for software, and all the software you will be putting in that, whatever software is required to install that, right? Now, have you seen that when you install the Windows, right? So there are some directories which will be created under C drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Similarly, if you are installing any software in your laptop, okay, so in the C drive, okay, there will be some in the program files folder, there will be some folder specific to that software will be present, right? Correct?
Yes.
Which will be having the setup files of that and the functionality of that. Whatever we are doing, that will be stored in those files, right? So similarly for SAP, we need to have some directory. What are that? USR SAP, SAP MNT. So these two directories should be there. So what we need to do? We are supposed to create these directory, be it in D drive. So first we'll create the USR, and inside that we will be creating SAP. And we will be creating another directory in the D drive itself, that is SAP MNT. Okay. Any doubt in that? You know how to create the directory, right?
Yes, sir.
So to install the SAP software on Windows, right? So what are the prerequisite? You required these two mounts, SAP MNT and USR SAP. And you should be having one more mount, which is software folder, right? Which will be 200 GB of space. And for USR SAP and for SAP MNT, it is necessary to have at least 50 GB free or 50 GB allocated to these folders. It can be more, but at least it should be having that.
Okay, sir.
Apart from that, you require RAM and CPU also. So for minimum, like people, you can install the SAP system on 16 GB RAM also. Okay. But as for HANA system, at least you should be having on 32 GB RAM. and CPU 2, CPU 4, CPU is fine. It's not much that load. Okay. So you may have the question, Tushar, how will be deciding it, right? So it will come as experience and it will be done during the server setup. So SAP solution architect will be giving the sizing. Okay. So the server sizing to install the SAP software, SAP system, you need to understand the server sizing. Okay. So I'm not going to discuss about this stack file right now. Okay, because the stack file is one thing. Before stack file, we need to do the server sizing. So server sizing is of different types. Okay, there are different tools which are required. When we discuss about SAP HANA database, I will be discussing the sizing in detail. But right now, the server sizing, okay, I'm just giving you some basic understanding. Okay, some combination to analyze to understand what server sizing is sufficient. There is no single formula which you can use. Let's say you are going to install development system. So as the name suggests, it is a development system. Who is going to use this development system? The developers, right?
Yes, sir.
The person who will be creating the change request, the transport request. So who all it will be? ABAPer and functional consultant. And in any organization, how many consultant, how many function consultant will be there? Maybe one or two, ABAPer, 4 or 5 functional consultant. So not more than 10 users, right? And one or two basis guy. So that system is being used by only 12 user, right? So load will be very less on that system. Do you agree with me on this point or not?
Yes, sir.
For quality, we will be
Yes,
having
sir.
those 12 users plus we will be having some key business users, right?
Yes, sir.
Who will be doing the user acceptance testing, like checking whether all the things are working or fine or not, right? So that thing, so that quality system can be, let's say they are having 50 users. In prod, who all will be using it? All the end users, right? And who all can end users? The person who are doing the actual business transaction. So ABAPer is not required. They are not supposed to code anything in that, right?
Yes, sir.
The functional consultant cannot do the configuration in production system, right? So their user ID is not required, but business users ID are required. And let's say 500 users are there. So can I do the server sizing same for development, quality and production?
No, sir.
So can I make development system on higher configuration and production on lower configuration?
No, sir.
So while installing that development system, okay, now I'll tell you the problem where, the freshers as a basis consultant guy will be suffering or will be lagging in the knowledge, right? So let's say I have given you the document that, this is how we need to install the system. And let's say I have done the development system installation. Okay. So definitely it will be on lower configuration, let's say 16 GB RAM and 4 CPU, right? And 500 GB hard disk. So I told you that I have done the installation and I have taken the screenshot and I will be sharing that document. So if you get the chance, you do that. Now, what we will be doing?
we will be following that document blindly because it is tried and tested, right? Someone has done the system installation, so I will also do it. But using that document, we have to apply our brain. We have to use our brain. How? Let's say the document which you are referring is for development system or is for production system, but you are doing the installation of development system. You understood what I'm trying to say, right?
Yes, sir.
The process will remain same. The screen which you are getting, it will be same, whether you're installing D, Q or P. But the server configuration you need to keep in mind. Because this memory setup, this server setup define the SAP system. So while doing it, or let's say you are doing the all the system installation, you have done the D. So you will be saying that I have all the screenshots, I have prepared the document. Now quality I will do in 2 days. In very few hours I'll do that. Production I'll do that very easily. But one thing you may missed, right? What is that? The server configuration. It is possible that the kind of manner that you build the day, you will build the Q and you will build the P. And when someone will ask you, like, why you did like that, so you will be saying that I you follow the document in that installation document. Like this server was there, so I put that sizing. So we need to understand for system functionality, DQP, we need to define the server detail. Any
Okay,
doubt?
sir.
Any doubt till now?
No, sir. But we will be getting instructions from the the higher employees, sir.
Right.
Like
You
the
will be, I'll tell you, the solution architect will prepare the sheet in which configuration of server will be mentioned. OS will be mentioned. Mounts required will be mentioned. What you have to do, you have to prepare the stack.xml file and you need to download the software and you need to run that software installation tool. That's it. Even SAP Solution Architect will be giving you the system name as well. Like you need to put the system name as that. Even the input which will be there in your tool when you will be doing the installation will be given to you at that time. So you just have to put those things and that's it. It's a very easy task. Installation is very easy task, but it's a tricky one.
okay, sir.
Because people will be, in the CV, they used to write like that. I know the system installation. I have done the system installation. Okay. But in the Google, they will be downloading some SAP installation documents and they will prepare for the interview. But, they will get caught when, interview, in the interview, the question will be asked about SAP installation. And then, when they will tell DQP, server configuration, mounts, all that stuff, they will be blank because this information is not available anywhere. So you may get the thousands of documents for system installation. If you ask me, I can give you many installation document. But, and you will see, Tushar, concept is same, screen is same, nothing is changing, right? But you have to apply your brain while doing the system installation based on the server sizing and based on the system functionality. That's how a real basis consultant will work.
Understood, sir.
If you make mistake in that, your system will be having the performance issue. And that is why
if you are working in support project and you are facing lots of challenging, like your system is not stable, your system is going down every day, your system is having performance issue, one of the reason is poor sizing. So the person who install the SAP, who implement the SAP in your organization or for that particular customer, right? That is very, that has to be knowledgeable, that should know what needs to be done, right? And there are different scenarios. If I'll discuss that, you may feel like high level information, I'm not able to understand it. But when the time comes, the start working your system, be able to understand it. So today I discussed the generation of tag file and why generation of tag file is required. Okay. Based on that, we'll be downloading the software and what is the use of the functionality EQP. And remember, in stack.xml file, no memory configuration information is. So if you have generated the stack.xml for your development system, okay, I'm just giving you one example. You can edit that by only changing the system ID, the system name. That's it. And you can use for quality and production. Software you will be having for development, right? Same software will be used for quality and same will be used for production. Okay. So these things you need to.
System installation, SAP system basically, as we know, right, it is based on the R3 architecture, right? R3 architecture. So
Yes, sir.
SAP system consists of three instances. Okay. What are those? The DB instance, the central instance, and or CI instance, and the message server, that CS. Okay. Instances. So we'll discuss what are those. So there are three parts, like database instance, central instance, and the third one, which is known as dialog instance. So the database instance is the server on which your DB of your SAP system will be installed. Okay. So it means that to install the any SAP system, first you need to install the database for your system. So you need to create a DB instance for your SAP system, which you are going to use in your SAP system. Then next thing is your central instance. So central instance will be the one who will be the main application server. Okay. And there will be only one instance in the entire system. So central system will be the only one in the system. So I will tell you what is the use of the instances. Okay. So one central instance will be able to manage, let's say today you started your company. So you install a basic system based on, let's say, 16 GB of RAM and four CPU. That's it. Now, after some time, your business grows and you are not able to maintain the load, system load, right? So you need to upgrade your system hardware, right? So there are two ways of doing it. Either you can increase the infra of your existing system, or you can install a parallel instance and you can connect that instance to your existing system. So the benefit of doing it, okay, so there has to be a central instance which will take care of that internal communication within other application instances. So that is why there will be only one instances, only one central instance for every SAP system. So after database instance, we need to install the central instance.
Then we have the dialog instance. So dialog instance is basically just for, handle the end user load, and central user will be having the message server. What is message server we'll discuss in detail, but for installation purpose I am telling you that 3 instances we need to install on the as a part of SAP system installation. Okay, so now so to install SAP system, right, we need software that we have, right? Apart from that, there has to be a one particular SAP software which is common to install any of the SAP product. So if you want to install any SAP product, you need to use a software tool, SAP installation software tool named as SWPM. The full form of SWPM is Software Provisioning Manager. Okay. Now, so if you remember, we discussed, right, what we have to, as a prerequisite we can do. So we need to download the software, and after that we can extract the software also. And we need to have the SAP SWPM software to start the SAP installation. Then third thing is check for user SID ADM. So this SID is nothing but your system name. So in the maintenance planner, while planning for a new system, you have mentioned the system name ABC, let's say. So at OS level, while doing the installation, ABC ADM will be created. So either you should allow your SWPM tool to create this user automatically, or else you can create this user in advance in the system. So SID ADM will be the user, and you need to create a groups. So the groups that SAP sys group, it will be created automatically. So no need to do anything for this part. Now we'll discuss the SAP installation steps in detail before seeing how SAP system will install. And whatever the things that we are discussing, I will be sharing it, after the class is over. Okay, like the document, the installation document, or this PDF. I'll share with you. Okay. So first thing is SAP installation step. What are SAP steps? So first step is the download the installation guide. Okay. So why it is required, the installation guide? So have you seen, like, have you bought any AC, television, fridge, or even phone, right? You have bought it, right? So it
Yes.
will come as a there will be a booklet will come along with that, right? With that particular product in which features will be there, right? So similarly, SAP is having the installation guide for each product. So whenever new system, new product will be launched, in parallel to that, the documentation part will also be available to the customer. So what are the changes that came, and what are the new features that has been added for installing that system? It will be available on the SAP installation guide. SAP system installation guide, you can download it from Google. You will get many samples of SAP installation guide. But if you have your S user ID, so you can log into SAP portal. I will share the link. And once your S user is there, you can log into that and you can download any of the installation guide. When you, why installation guide is required? It will cover all the prerequisite to install that particular SAP product. So it is something like your college, your school, right? So let's say you are in class 5, right? So how you will be going to class 6, right? So there will be lots of subject you have to study. You have to pass the exam, right? And to pass the exam, you need to study, correct? So SAP system installation is nothing but like a exam preparation that you are doing. So all the process, all the functionality, all the workflows will be there related to the installation in the installation guides. I always recommend to go through the installation guide, okay, in order to avoid any issue during the installation, so that you will be able to understand. When you have gone through the installation guide, you will be having the full idea about the compatibility of OS and DB. So OS and DB, like which I discussed right yesterday also, hardware and software OS and the DB. Then you will be downloading the software, which we discussed yesterday, how to do it by generating the stack.xml and push the software to download basket, and from there you can download. Another thing, keep that thing in handy. Okay, there are there are some cases in which you may face some common error related to your SAP product during the SAP installation. And for that, SAP correction note will always be available for that particular product until that issue got fixed in the next version of your SWPM software, your tool installation software. So you can go through that to know about the known problems. But if you don't go through, that is also fine. Then you need to install OS related patches and fix packs. Something like, let's say you have installed the OS as Windows 7, and let's say right now Windows 12 is in demand, or Windows 11, or Windows 15, or Windows 20, or anything. Okay, something like that. So it is necessary to have the latest OS release and patches. And then you need to have the Java software installed on your server on which you are installing your SAP system. Because the SAP software, SAP installation software, SWPM, is built on Java. So to run that software, you need Java environment. And then you can set the home environment, you can set the virtual memory and the 9 point. So if you did not set the host name, right, for more than 13 character, okay, it is fine. If your computer host name is nothing but the computer name. So when you open the CMD, right, let me open my CMD. So here you can see C users HP, right? So I don't think so that host name will come. I think here. So you can see the host name is this laptop something, right? And user is HP. So this host name should not be greater than 13 character. If it is greater than 13 character, you will not be able to install the SAP system. It is SAP system, limitation. Then you need to make an entry of host name in the host file. It is something related to network. And you need to open these ports which are changed right now, because earlier it was now this tool, SWPM tool, can be accessible over the internet. So just after launching the tool, you just need to paste that URL and it will work. So point number 11 and 12 is not relevant right now. And then you need to put the software which you have downloaded in your laptop. So from your laptop, you need to transfer those softwares to the server on which you will be installing the SAP system. So what you need to do, you need to create a directory over there and you need to move all the software from your personal machine to that particular software. Then you need to ensure that internet connection is available with a valid user ID. And after that, you need to launch the SWPM tool. So once you install, once you launch the SWPM tool, your SAP system installation will start. Now comes to that part. Mhm. Yeah. So I told you, right? So first thing, as a part of SAP installation, it is necessary to install the DB. So first you need to install the DB, and once DB is installed, then you need to install the DB instance, then central instance, and then dialog instance. So for DB, what you need to do, you need to download that DB software, which will be available. And after that, you need to extract it. So in Windows, you know how to extract, right? These ZAR files, these zip files, right? You know, right? Right click and you can unzip that, right?
Yes, sir.
But in case of Linux, there will be a command to extract it. So the command I will be discussing once the installation is over. I will be giving you the overview of basic Linux command, which will helpful for you to as a working as a basis consultant. So when you extract the software, okay, so you will get the files like that. Okay, so what you need to do after extracting the software, there will be a HDB LCM file will be there after the extraction of the software. So which you can see here HDB LCM, right? So you need to run that. So in case of Windows, hdblcm.exe file will be there. You need to double click on that. And your DB installation will get started like this. So it will ask you. So in Linux, we know, right, the limitation. In Linux, it is not GUI based, right? It is command based, right? So everything which we are seeing in the Windows, right, is the options will same, but it will show like that. So it will show three options. When you launch that HDB LCM tool, it will ask you to install or extract component, or third, exit, do nothing. So now what we have to do, we have to select the index, what we are trying to do. So it's like, are we installing the new system, or we want to extract the component, or we don't want to do anything. So here by default, if you press enter by mistake, you can see 3 is there, right? So 3 is by default option. So by mistake, if you put enter without entering anything, so you will be opting for option number 3. So what we have to do, we have to install the database. So we have to enter 1, the index for installation is 1. After that, when you enter the 1 and enter, you will get to know which HANA database version you have extracted and you have executed that HDB LCM tool. So that version will be installed. So after that, it will ask for other component option, like what DB options you would like to install. Like whether you want to install all the components, whether you want to install only server, client, LSS Studio, Smart SDA, Access, this detail, okay, we'll discuss those things when we discuss about the HANA database, okay, as a separate topic. But for the installation purpose, these options will be given to you by your solution consultant, that what option you need to install. it will be there based on the client requirement. So you need to enter. If multiple option you need to select, so you need to select like that 2, 3, 6. Now, so when you select 2, 3, 6, then it will ask for enter the installation path. So you can see that /HANA/shared is showing. And after that, no input was given. And then it asks for the enter local host name. Okay. So it is not like this will come, when you enter 236, all these options will not come directly. It will come one by one. So when you enter 236, so first line will be showing enter installation path. When you press enter without giving anything, so it means that by default installation path will be HANA shared. Then it will give you the option to enter the local host name. So your host name you need to give. Then when you select it, enter, then it will give you the third option. Do you want to add host to the system? Yes and no. So either you need to write Y or N. By default, it will be N. Then it will ask you enter the SAP HANA system ID. So again, it is 3-digit and you can decide whether it can be same as your application system ID or it can be different. It's totally up to you how you want to name it. Then it will ask you to enter instance number. By default, instance number will be 00, and the limitation of installation number is from 00 to 99. You can select any of the number. So by default, we don't touch it. It will be 00. Then it will ask for enter local host worker group. Now, this is the important thing which we need to consider. So you can see that enter local host worker group, and it will giving us 4 index: production, test, development, and custom. So while installing the HANA database, the tool will ask you the purpose of installing this database, whether you want to use it for development, whether you want to use for quality or production or custom. So if you are doing the DB installation for your development system, you need to select the third option. And
Sir,
where yeah,
for every system we will have a different database, sir.
yes. One single system, one single database. Okay. For dev database, for quality, for prod database, right?
So
Now,
for a single landscape we need 3 databases now.
right. So
Okay,
if
sir.
you are having two systems, let's say PIPO and the SAP S/4HANA, so 6 database you need to install.
Okay, sir.
Understood? Now, where people will commit the mistake, I'll tell you. Let's say you are installing the development. So you did that, the development you selected, and you press enter and development is installed. Now you have taken the screenshot, and your solution architect told like similar way you need to install the quality system. Or let's say development he installed, or he has given you the document in which he told you follow this document, you can install the development. So what you will do, you will follow the document. In document it will be there that 3 option you need to select. You select it and you have successfully installed the DB for development system. You got the appreciation. Now your architect told you follow the same steps which you have performed in development, build the quality system. Now again you are following that step, and in those screenshot development is there, you select the development again. Similarly you did the production also. You are thinking that yes, I have installed all the systems, but you did a mistake. For quality and production option you select as development. which is a blunder, and we should avoid that. So following the document is one thing, and to know which option is need to be select for where what purpose, right? That is why this document you can get it. You can get these kind of documents on Google, but there, if you are following production or quality or development, so that clarity will not be there. So you need to select for what purpose. So I am just using it for you know for sandbox purpose, so I selected 4. So it means that I just need to you know do some testing, do some work. Okay, production scenario, development, quality, all the work I need to do on that same system, so I select the custom. So the system usage is neither production nor test nor development. It is for my learning purpose I am doing it. So after entering 4, it will ask for the data path where HANA data, my DB data will be stored, and the log volume path. So whatever the by default path will be coming, we need to just press enter. After that, it will ask restricted maximum memory allocation. So no need to do anything, just press enter. For all these things till here, enter certificate host name for this, press enter. Now it will ask for SAP host agent user. That is SAP ADM. So this user is going to be created during the SAP DB installation. What you need to do, you need to enter the password. Now, as a basis consultant, we are supposed to maintain a password sheet in which all the user password, admin user password, or the password which will be created, the user which will be created during the installation, those password we should know. Now, the challenge is we don't know how many user or which user will be created during the installation. So always try to keep the password uniform while doing the installation. So let's say for SAP ADM, for ESA ADM, don't give different password. You can give, if you have good memory, you can utilize your memory to create some complex password and different password, and keep those things in your mind. But it will create a complexity. You are good in memorizing the thing, and I'm very bad in memorizing the password. Okay, so I don't want to create any headache, any issue for me. So what I will do, I will select one password and I'll use that password for whole installation, be it DB, be it SAP system, anything. Any user that will be created, it will be having the same default password, which I will not share with anyone, which I'll keep it with for myself and for my basis team only. So you need to enter the password, and the confirmation of the password is required. So when you enter the password, it will not show anything. So don't get confused that we press enter, we enter the password and then press enter, but it will show as a blank. And the rest of the thing, you just need to bypass it, means just enter. Similarly, it is asking for system database user password, again same thing. So those things you need to select, and when you select everything, it will give you the summary. So summary will give you what all option you have selected for installation. So whatever we have input till now, okay, we can see it over here, that if we are going to install the database with those values. If you want to change anything, it will ask you, do you want to continue? If you want to continue, if you press Y and enter, your installation will start. And if you press no, then it will ask you for to do the options once again. So once when you have given these things, you just need to press Y and enter, and within 5 to 10 minutes your installation will be done. So it is same like you are installing the Chrome. That's it, with the options like select language, accept user agreement, select directory, right? Some options will come, right, while doing the any software installation. So it is same, similar to that for DB. So when you do that, so within 30 minutes maximum, it will not take more than 10 minutes based on the scenarios. Like if you're selecting all the components, then it may take 30 minutes. But on a normal at pace, it will not take more than 10 minutes to install. So at the end, when the installation is getting completed, you will get this message, SAP HANA database system installed. And that's it. So it means that you have installed the SAP database. SAP database you have installed, but you have not created DB instance for your system. That you will be creating when you will be doing the SAP system installation. So this is the tool to check it whether you have installed the system DB, which we'll be discussing in detail in the, when we discuss about SAP HANA. So this thing I will discuss during that time. Now, let's say you need to, okay, this I'll not cover right now because it is related to DB upgrade. It will mix up the thing. So I would like to go one by one. So this DB installation, you just need to know. That's it. So when you install the DB, next thing is that you need to do the DB instance and then central instance and then dialog instance. You need to do. So you have downloaded the stack.xml file. You have all the softwares which will be needed. Now you need a software to install the SAP system. So what you need to do, there is a SWPM software. You can see swpm20sp04.sar file. So what you need to do, this SAR is nothing but a zip file which you need to extract. So in Windows, you know how to extract it. The right click and then extract. But in Linux, it will be different. It will be SAP car. So SAP car is a utility. SAP functionality is there that you need to download. It will be there in your stack file and in your downloaded software. You just need to use it and you need to give this option -xvf and then enter the software name. So when you do it, your installation software will get extracted in within 1 minute, and then you can access, you will see that swpm directory is created on the system after the extraction. So it is like you are zipping any software, right? Or unzipping. So a folder will be created inside that all the files can be accessible. So it is something like that. So what you need to do, you need to go to swpm software, swpm directory or folder in case of it is Windows, and you will be able to view these different files. So in case of Linux, it will be SAP inst, and in case of Windows, it will be SAP inst.exe. So what you need to do, you just need to extract it, run it, SAP inst, and you need to run it. So when you give the command /SAP inst, or when you double click on SAP inst.exe, so it will start extraction and it will work like that. And at the end, it will show you open your browser and paste the following address to access the GUI. So this is nothing but your SWPM tool, and it will show you from which user you have extracted and you have executed this. Now you can directly copy this and paste it in your browser, in your local browser. Okay. So when you paste it, this URL, it will ask you for the username and password. And the password and username you have to give
it should be same through which you have run this tool. So when you do that, you will get the option. You can see, I'll expand it more, that which component, which SAP system you want to install. So you can select it from here. So let's say you have selected SAP S400 1909. So when you select it, so first option will be shown as SAP HANA database. Inside that SAP S4 HANA server 1909. So it means that first you need to install the SAP S4 HANA DB instance. Then we have installation system copy. These are other options. When you expand it, SAP S4 HANA, there are three things will come: preparation, installation, and system copy. So for every installation, I understand that you have done the server sizing and all. You have just taken care of all the points which we discussed in the earlier class or in the beginning of the session, that these things you need to make sure that it should be there. But this tool itself will give you one prerequisite option, is just to check is there anything which needs to be fixed before installing the SAP system installation. Now, so what you need to do in the preparation phase, you just need to open the preparation and prerequisite check is there. So prerequisite check is just, what to say, prerequisite check. It is just about, giving you the, making sure that everything is fine. If a report is okay, then you can, install the system without any issue. So now when you select the prerequisite check and click on next, next option will be there on the screen, which is not there in the screenshot. Then in the next option, it will ask you for that for what option you want to do run the prerequisite check. So what we are going to do, we are going to install the database instance. So we can check the prerequisite for database instance, or we can select all. If we did not select, only essential checks will be performed. So we can select these options. Like this, we can select and we can click on next. When we click on next, the next option will come like that. So it will ask, it will check for SAP HANA database and these things. Now it will ask for the path where you have put your softwares, okay, to run the prerequisite check. So you need to give the path in this tool here and click on next, and then it will search for the packages. It will search for this particular file. Okay. Starting at start, it will show as missing, but after entering the path, you need to click on next, then it will start searching automatically. And it may take some time, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. And after that, if this software is present in that location, you will get to know in the status that it is available. Otherwise, it will be showing as a missing. If it is missing, you cannot proceed further. So this software should be there in that software dump, which will be there if we have downloaded all the software which came in stack.xml. Now, here what you need to do, it will give you the summary that this option you have selected and you are going to run the prerequisite check. So in 5 minutes, you will get the prerequisite checker. Now, here, if any issue in the OS, if any issue at server, if any issue in the RAM, all those checks will be done. So you can see that when I was doing it, I got this condition not met. that kernel parameter kernel.shm max severity is high, it will showing the message that must have a value larger or equal to this on RHEL, and current value is this. So my current value is less than the recommended value. What I need to do, I need to check with server team and to set the SHM max as per the message is showing. Another thing, it will check RAM size, swap size, host name, kernel parameter, and glibc version. All those checks should be okay. If anything is not okay, condition not met, so it is recommended to fix that thing first and then you proceed with the installation. So now you got the idea why prerequisite check is required. People, this prerequisite check option you will not get anywhere in any of the SAP installation software if you download it from Google. They will directly show you the system installation, that you select this option and you can install the system. I can show you that document also. But as I have done it many times, multiple times, so I have many, I have the habit of taking the screenshot every time when I am doing it. So I have taken the prerequisite check screenshots as well. Now after that, let's say you have fixed that. So once it is fixed, you can click on next and you can run the prerequisite tool again. Make sure that all should be green. All condition will be okay. If anything which is not okay, it means that you will definitely face challenges in system installation. So now I have completed the prerequisite check. Next thing is I need to start the installation. And in installation, it will be giving me the option application server ABAP. So ABAP system I will be installing. And in SAP, there are 3 types of system that we can install. What are those? First, we'll discuss that. That is standard, distributed, and high availability. So standard system means your DB instance, your CI, your application, sorry, all instances are installed on a single host, on a single server, basically. In distributed, your DB is on different and your app is on different. Server, okay. And in high availability, that concept is different. So when the course is about to complete, I will be discussing that option because right now it will be very difficult for understanding. So most of the time, if you are installing the development system, so you can choose standard or distributed. The high availability can be chosen only case of production installation. But it is not necessary that always production has to be on high availability. It depends. So production can be on standard distributed also, but dev and quality cannot be installed using the high availability option. Now, so when you open it, the distributed system, it means that our application server and our database server will be different, right? So let's say I have selected ASCS. So the moment I select ASCS, it will give me the description. What it will do, it will install the ASCS instance, prepare this host as a SAP global host. And it is the first step is installing an SAP distributed system on several hosts. And what is ASCS? So all the definition detail will be there itself in the tool when you select the option. So even if you are confused, you can go through it and you can do that.
So ASCS you have selected, and when you click on next after selecting ASCS, it will ask you for parameter setting. So there are two types of parameter setting. One is typical and one is custom. So typical means all the SAP standard. The system will be installed based on the SAP standards, parameters. SAP, what to say? SAP standard values it will use. And if you want to modify it, you can choose this option. What to say? This custom option. If you don't want to go with the default option. Any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay. I know it's a little bit lengthy, but it is what it is. We cannot do anything regarding that. So typical, then it will ask for the system ID. So make sure that here system ID should be same which you have given in the stack.xml file. And then it will ask for SAP mount directive, which will come by default SAP MNT. So this mount will be there on the server. Then it will ask for the system domain name, which you can give based on your company FQDN name. And then it will ask for master password for all users. So all user which will be getting created during this installation, password will be same. So I request you to keep a note of it and make sure that you keep this password uniform, at least for one system. Okay. For one system, any installation, keep the same password. You can keep the same password for all the systems, and you can keep same password per system. It is up to you. Then it will ask you for the media location, means where you have dumped the software, and then it will read the software and it will detect the packages. So you can see if it is missing, so status will show as a missing. If it is found, it will show as available. Make sure that if it is available, then only you can proceed further. Otherwise, system will not allow you to proceed further. Then it will ask you that whether these users are present. If present, then it will ask that you need to, like, do you want to clean up those users, or you don't want to do anything on that. So OS team will be creating those users. It can be created during the installation, but sometime OS team will not give the permission for this tool to create the system automatically. So it is necessary to create these users manually, and here don't select anything. Don't clean up any operating system user. And then it will give you the summary. So what all option that we have selected till now, we have given the input. It will show you here, and it will give you one last chance if you want to change anything. So it's just a check that the software is giving you. So when everything is okay, you need to click next. And the moment you click on next, your ASCS installation will started, and it will not take more than 20 minutes. ASCS installation. And when installation is completed, you will be able to see that for system this will be the software version, and you have selected SAP HANA database and the ABAP system, and under distributed you have done the ASCS installation completed. Any doubt in that?
No, sir.
Now you have done it, right? What you have to do? You have to do the DB installation. Okay, so here we need to understand one thing. If you are installing a standard system, so you can run the SWPM tool, and from there first ASCS, then DB, and then CI you can install. In case of distributed, right, you need to execute the SWPM tool on the application server to install the ASCS. And on DB server, you need to run this tool again, and you need to do the DB installation. Never ever run the SWPM tool on the application server in for DB instance installation in case of distributed system. So these are the basic thing, which nowhere is mentioned in the document or in any screenshot type document. So that's where the expertise of basis will come, and you will get to know about these things more uh, based on the experience only. Even if you do the first time installation, you will not get many things. So it's a continuous learning process. So now you are going to install the DB. So for DB, you can see the moment you select, you can see the description, and it is giving you must already have installed the ASCS instance. So it means that if I'll ask you in the interview, like which instance I need to install first. So you need to tell me that ASCS is the first one, and then DB, and then CI. So here again, it will ask so many things. The options, password we need to maintain, typical, okay. The database host, instance number, SID, the system password, right? So we have installed the DB, and this system this password we need to enter, which we have given it over there. So make sure keep the password uniform. Then we need to provide this input, and after that it will ask some other input as well. We just need to put those things, and then it will ask for these file. So we need to provide the path, and then it will search again, and then after searching it will be available. So it will take some time. You can see the available, and then upgrade host agent. You can select that because in stack file it is there, and these things will come automatically. So DB schema password it will ask. You can give, and this will be the main DB schema. Okay, what is schema and all that? We'll be discussing those things when we will be having the class on SAP HANA. Okay, but for installation purpose, just keep these things in mind that we need to select these options, and that's it. It's very easy. Only thing, software should be available, and we need to make sure that we are giving that path users are created at OS level. And after that, it will give you the summary in which all the options which you have selected, it will show you whether you want to change anything. You can option is there, you can change it, or if everything is fine, you need to click on next. So I request you to review all these parameters whenever you will be doing the installation, just to make sure that everything is fine. Because see, you can review, you can click next. So if you review, again you have to enter all the details. If everything is fine, you can click on next. Cancel, it means that canceling the installation. So the moment you click on next, it will starting the DB instance installation, which may take around 40 minutes. And your installation, when your installation is completed, you will get this like that. So you have installed the ASCS and you have installed the DB. So we'll stop it here. Tomorrow we will be discussing about the CI, the central instance or primary application server. Okay.
Any doubt in any of the thing which till now we have discussed?
No, sir.
Okay. I believe you are having the access to SAP system. I'm not sure whether you have or not, but uh, when I will be showing you the system, you will be able to understand what is ASCS, what is DB, what is primary application server, everything. But it is necessary to go through those things. So primary application server will be the one which will be used primarily to log into the SAP system. So I hope that you got the access to SAP system. If not, then I'll show you in this class today how to access the SAP system. But so what we have to do, we will be having the XML file, right? Which we have not used till now in the installation, right? So we did the ASCS installation, we did the DB instance installation, but we have not given the this what to say, we have not used that file. So now we are going to we are going to install our primary application server, and for which we need to use that XML file. Now question comes, so to install, the command is /SAP inst tool that we need to run. But for using this stack file, we need to use this command /SAP inst. Then we need to give the host name inst stack xml equal to, we need to give the path where this file is present. So the moment we give this command, so it is basically some parameters, utilities to use this exe file. Now then we need to launch the sum tool like that, which we used to do in the DB and ASCS instance, and we need to give the username and password. After that, you can see we have done the installation of ASCS and database instance. Now the primary we have to do. So now first we have to understand what is primary, right? So 1 minute. So in the description, you can see that it will install the primary application server instance. 1 minute. Yeah. So to install that, you need to have the sorry, you need to install the ASCS and database instance. Now, what is primary server instance? So it is the core component of an SAP system, and it will provide all system utilities. So basically, you will be logged into the system. So in a normal terms, in general terms, I would say that will be your primary application server, or it is known as CI as well, like central instance. So at least one SAP application server instance must exist in each SAP system. Try to understand. You have done the ASS instance installation and DB instance installation. So to access the SAP system, you need to have at least one application server. So that at least one application server is nothing but primary application server. If you need to install any additional application server, then you can install it. So that option is available under additional application server instance in additional application server instance. So again, it will ask for parameter mode. So it will be like typical or custom, what we can decide whether we want to go with the standard or that. And so it will check and it will do. So we just need to click OK. Then it will verify the libraries, and then it will ask for the system profile. So when ASCS installation is done, when we are doing ASCS installation, so this directory SAP MNT SID, So SID your system ID. Inside that, this profile directory will be created, and these are the system what to say these are the system properties file. So here, all the system relevant properties which are required to make the system operational will be there in this path. So in Windows, it can be under C drive or D drive where you are installing the SAP. In that SAP MNT, SID, and then profile folder will be there. So you can see in Windows what will be the, what should be the path, and for Unix what should be the path. So don't get confused when you are doing the installation on Windows. This screenshot is basically for the server which was on Linux. Okay, but in case you are doing the installation on Windows, so you have to follow this like this path, / and the C drive, D drive, or whatever it is, and this. So you can see the the difference between Linux and Windows. So this value you need to give. So when you give it, then it will ask for the master password. So whenever you are installing any SAP system, right? So then after you need to access the SAP application, and to access that, at least you should be having some user. Now who will be creating the user? SAP Basis consultant. Now after the installation, SAP Basis user is not there. So some standard user will be created during the installation. Those standard users are nothing but SAP star and DDIC. And the password it is asking, that is nothing but for these users. So the time your system is ready to use, you need to log in with these users, any of these users, and you need to create your user. This is for basis consultant. And then you can log off, and you need to log in with your user ID, and you can create any user with your user ID. Then it will ask for the software path. There it will check whether it is present or not. Then HANA client path. So we have installed the database software, right? We have installed the database instance for our system. Now, in order to communicate with database, we need to have a client installed on our application server. So it is asking for the client path where your HANA DB client will be installed. So by default, it will be installed under USR SAP SID, your system name, and then HDB client. So that you can decide. Then automatically it will fetch the database system administration detail, and you need to give the instance number and the password. So when you give it, so this information related to database is coming from the SAP MNT SID and profile. So in the profile, it is maintained that DB is installed, and this is DB, ASCS is installed, this is ASCS, and based on that, from where there this this information is coming. And then it will ask for the database schema. It will ask check for HANA client. So you need to give the path of HANA client where it is present, and then click next. So that now it will ask for the instance number here. So you may have the, I have told you that for SAP system, right? So let's say today you install SAP system for 100 users. After 2 years, the load on your system increases. So you have two options, either bump up the infra or add the additional application server. So SAP always recommend to have additional application server to distribute the load. So instance number 01, okay, ASCS will be 00 that you have defined. Now for primary application server, you can give any number between 00 to 99. Let's say you are installing any additional application server. So in that case, you should be aware that you have how many numbers you have used. If you have used 00 and 03, so you should not use those numbers. You can use any other number out of 00 to 99. So that is dependent on you. You can decide. So I'm following the SAP standard. So ASCS I install with 00. PAS I will be installing 01. If I need to install any additional application server, then that instance number will be 02, 03, like that. So that it will be easier for me how much installation is done. So we just need to click on next. Nothing can be done here. So after that, you remember that I told you the dev, quality and prod, how the transport will do, right? So it will ask that you want to do the configuration, TMS configuration. So now you are going to install a development system, let's say. And then after some time you will installing quality. And then after some time you will be installing prod system. Right now for this, you don't need to have the, you need to select the single system configuration because there is only one system in your landscape right now, which you are going to install, right? So no need to, you just select that run TMS configuration for single system. Then it will ask for the transport landscape and you can see the transport domain. So you will be entering the SID of that system and you need to enter the password of TMS ADM user, which will handle the TMS configuration. Then this tool spam and send, it is basically used for upgrading the component. So right now it will be very difficult for you to understand what is spam and sum. So that I will discuss in the while we'll be discussing this um, the upgrade, SAP system upgrade. So now you just need to give the path and all and just select next. All those software will be present because we have already downloaded the software using stack.xml file. So these will be available, only we need to give the path of those softwares, that's it. So here you need to give the password of SID ADM user. Keep other values as it is, no need to change anything over here. And this option is already we have discussed. Then it will show us parameter summary. So what all values that we have selected, we have put it. It will be there. And then if we want to change it, we can change it. Or if everything is fine, so we can continue with that. So while continuing this, just a minute. So all those options will come. So it is just to double check. And then the moment you click on next here, your service will get started, like your installation of main SAP system will get started, and it will be done in 20 minutes. So your system installation is completed. Now, let's say I'm just giving you one scenario. Let's say today you want to install SAP S4 HANA 2025 and which got released in Q1 2025. Right now we are in, let's say, Q3 2025 and you are doing the installation. So it is possible that SAP S4 HANA version, the latest version came up, the release pack, okay, the SP1, SP2, SP3, something like that. So initially it was 00, now it is 1. So when you generate the XML file, okay, all those things will come. So how installation will happen? So installation will happen on the base version of that release. Like package level, SP level will be 00. Now, if you are doing in Q3 and let's say SP level is 12, that is released for some component. So we need to make sure that system should be installed on that, the latest version. That is why we have done the system planning through maintenance planner and we use the stack.xml file. So once that 00 installation is completed, system will be asked to do the system upgrade to match the system level as per the latest version. So for installation tool is SWPM, Software Provisioning Manager, and for system upgrade, the tool is Software Update Manager, SUM tool. So it will give us the window that installation is complete and please start the SUM tool. So in SUM tool, this is the URL that we need to run. So what we need to do, we just need to launch this new URL to update our latest installed system. It will first check, you know, this option it will show, and then you just need to click on next. You can switch on expert mode. It will give you more option if you are doing customize option. So this is having upgrade is having 6 phases. One is extraction, then configuration, then checks, then pre-processing, then execution, then post-processing. Okay. So in extraction, it will extract the data from the stack file and check all the software available, patches available to match that. After that, in the configuration, it will check. So you can see here S4HANA is not there. There are different add-ons which are showing. So it is showing that source release is this, target is this, and we need to keep the version. So we need to select all those things and click next. That what you want to do with those add-ons. And then upgrade will start it. Now you can see many components. So as I told you, S4 HANA is having many enterprise core components. So those components are nothing but these things. These are some of the examples. So it will show that your system, what you are going to install, is having this component, release is this, and what is the target level, what is the current level. So you can see. So target level we need to see. So for some component, new patches is available. For some component, new patches is not available. So for them, for which component is not available, that will be 00. And for the components for which
patches are available, it will show. This calculation will come based on the stack file that we have generated. No need to do anything over here manually. So we just need to click on next. And when we click on next, it will ask any customization in that is there or not, because it is our new system. So there will be no customization. So no need to enter anything in the transport, and click next. Now, once checks are completed, system is going into the pre-processing phase. So in pre-processing phase, it will give you the option to log the development environment. What does it mean? So let's say you are going to upgrade your system, right? So I'm just, changing this scenario to your laptop. Let's say you are about to update your Windows. So what option you will get? You will be getting, please close all your application and save your work while system is being updated, right? So similarly, locking the development environment is nothing but maintain the system integrity. So it means that the moment you lock the environment, no development will be done till the upgrade is completed. So it is necessary to log the environment so that no development will happen. So developer will be sitting idly. They will not be doing anything in the system during the system upgrade. It's not like please move this TR to production and please create this or this. Nothing will happen. All development will be stopped. So the moment you log the transaction, developer will not able to create any TR, or function will not able to create any TR. Now, in the pre-processing, once this phase is completed, it will give you the prompt to take the system backup, because in the system is about to enter in the execution phase. So in execution phase, it means that we need to, take the system backup if let's say anything went wrong. Okay. So you have the backup, and based on that, you can, restore your system if anything went wrong in the upgrade. So it is necessary to take the backup. And once backup is taken, you just need to select that backup completed, and then you can resume the operations. Like you can proceed further on that part. The moment you enter into execution, your system will be down. So you will not be able to use your system during the execution phase, in which actual upgrade is happening, so that your system has to be stopped. Now, so this execution phase will take time based on the database size. It may take 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours. It all depends. When execution phase is completed, you will get this detail end of some technical downtime. So what does it mean? It means that system is up and running for technical use. Now you can do the post processing activity in your system, but end user should not be logging to the system yet. So then you need to start the post processing. Whatever activity will show in post processing, you need to do it. So right now system will be up in post processing, but we are not supposed to inform the end users. Then Post processing will take time, and then you can confirm this warning, and then you can see that it is completed. So once it is completed, your sum procedure has been finished. Now you can inform the end user to use the system now. Now, when this is done, okay, so you can close it, the sum tool, and then your installation, you can click OK in the SWPM tool. And within minute, you will get the information that primary application server instance is done. So this procedure is only for the stack file which we have generated, right? It is only for primary application server installation. Keep in mind, if you are going to install any additional application server, so no need of that. If you are installing ASCS, then no need. If you are installing DB instance, then no need. Only in case of primary application server, you need to have the stack file. And this sum option will be shown to you during the primary application server. Any doubt in installation? I know it is very difficult to understand in the first, first time. Also, this cannot be practiced because it's a once in a project opportunity. But I hope you are clear about it. You have some idea. So I will be sharing this one more document for installation, okay, which will help you to understand it. So this is from Google. I don't know from where I download it, but the same thing, it's the older thing that you can see for ECS installation. Okay, but I will be sharing this thing along with my real-time screenshot, which I have taken. And the option which you can see in my screenshots, you will, it's a real scenario. Any doubt till now?
No, sir.
Okay, so let me MSTSC. So let me just allow me 1 minute. I'll show you after the installation how the system will be shown. Mm, 49.206.196.74.6677. Username H23 H9 and password is A. Six. AF G 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. So it is not working as of now. 49.206.196.74.6677. Okay. I'll check with the server guy. We'll check with server guy and we'll let you know. But
Okay, fine. I'll try to show you. Like system will not be accessible right now, but I'll show you. So now you have installed the SAP system. Now next part is you need to log in to the system, right? Now to log into the system, you need to have the SAP GUI client in your laptop. So this software SAP Logon you need to install on your system. After that, you need to click on new connection. And when you click on new connection, it will ask for user specified system. Click next. Then it will ask you for the description. So whatever the system you have installed, you need to give the detail of those things here. Let's say dev system, application server. So here you need to give the IP address, whatever it is, 192.168.1.1, whatever it is, and then instance number. Sorry. So instance number you have to give for primary application server, which is 01, and then system ID, whatever the system you have, correct it. And after that, click on next, finish. So you can see this is there, and you just need to double click on it. So right now there is no such system. I don't know which IP it is. Okay, so randomly I put it there. So you will get the error like that. Okay, because this system is not there. And this is how you can delete it. So let me check if I am able to. So yeah, so I have one system with me. So this system is accessible. I have added it already. So this, when you, the moment you click on that, you will be able to see this screen where it is. So here you can see the client username and password and logon language will be showing. So now you have to log in with the username and password. So the password which you have given for master password, right? For all the users. So that password you need to give, and you need to log in with SAP Star or DDIC. And after that, you will be creating your user in the system, and you will be able to access it. So I cannot log in because I don't have a user ID and password for this. Luckily, this is accessible. I don't know how, but the for this training, this is the one which we have to use, and it is not working. So need to check with the server guy how we can access it. So maybe by tomorrow we will be able to use it. So now. So this installation we have discussed. Now, this I'll discuss not now. I'll discuss that after that 1 minute. Just let me see what we can discuss. Okay, fine. So, okay, so where is the Linux sheet? Linux command. I have prepared one sheet. Okay. So as a like for installation, right? Most of the time SAP installation will be done on Linux or Unix. Okay. So I have I have prepared this sheet which will help the consultant to get familiarized with the Linux. So this you can practice online as well. How to do it, I'm going to show you.
Just a minute. So you can search any of the Linux terminal and you can open it. So you can launch it. We'll open the another one. Not that. Yes. So this black screen you need to familiarize. When you required one software which is known as putty to access that server. So what you need to do, let's say you have the Linux one, right? So what you need to do, you will be having the server IP and you need to enter that server ID in putty. And when you enter that, so this blank screen will open. So you can see that there are lots of commands which are there. So I am going to write it some of them. Okay. So I just need to check which user I have logged in. Okay. So by default, it is showing as code user 10038. So command is who am I? Now I need to check the size of all the mounts. Like I used to see so in Windows, it is showing me like this, like C drive and D drive, right? Now I would like to see. So you can see how many drives are there and what is the size. So you can see overlays 2 terabyte, temp fs, the dev 64 MB, sysfsc group 63 GB, like that. So this is how you can check the mounts. Now you want to see the RAM size. So the command is either free-g if you want to see the RAM in GB, free-m for MB, free-k for KB. So you can see that the moment you give free-g, it is showing memory available is 125, used is 117, and free 7, shared is this much, and buffer and cache is this one. And this is the swap memory that is available. Now, if you want to go to any folder in C drive, okay, so how you will be double clicking on it and going into that, right? But in Linux it will be different. So you need to know the directory first. Let's say you want to check the home directory. So the command is sorry. So let me clear the screen now. So the command is cd/home. Now you want to see the content, what all folders are available. So for that command is ls. So you can see that it is empty. We'll go some other path. We'll see. Set. Okay, I need to run it again. Maybe some problem with this. Yeah, so df-kh, I'll go. So I'll go with cd/home ls. So you can see that the ls is giving me the different directory. Now I can go to any of them. Let's say cd/ubuntu, permission is denied. So it means that I don't have access to see the content of this folder. So I can go to CD webmaster. We'll see. This is also not allowed. I'll go to CDCG. Yeah, so CDCG is allowed. Here root is there. Now you want to know the path. So you are under this path of directory. So there are different command, okay, to learn the Linux. Like ls, it will list the directory. Formatting this thing with hidden files, sorting the with time modification, change directory to home, present working directory, head file, tel file, touch file. Okay, so I need you to run these commands and get it familiar what these commands are doing. And you can what to say, you can do this practice online for Linux. You can give any command, anything. If you want to create the file, give touch a, okay, file will be created. Ls, I need to 1 minute. So it's nothing but you can do it like that. Oh, it is asking for password. Okay, fine. So here you can do cd home cg ls root. Here you can create file touch a, touch. Okay, read only file system. You cannot write anything over here. Okay, fine. So cd usr sbin UUCH touch a. So it is also read only. So not all the commands you can run, but you can have the idea. Okay. So I will share this file with you. Okay. So that you can, you know, go through these commands and wait, I'll put it in maybe some limitation in the teams. So, mm, like, but I'll share it with you. Like I'll share it with Aditi and she can share with you as well. So so this is very handy. Commands, if you know these commands, it will be easier for basis consultant to work on the Linux part. Any doubt till now?
No, sir.
Okay, so this I would like you to do the practice on the Linux part. Okay, do whatever you want to do in Linux. The more you familiar with the Linux, it will be easier for you to understand about the SAP. Because Windows you all know, right? But most of the systems are on Linux, and this black screen will be the one which you will be seeing most of the times. So if I'll
Sir, I
go to
just
the,
want to ask a question.
yeah,
Can't we go to the Linux territories as how we go in the Windows?
no. So if you want to go in Windows, you can just double click on that, right?
Yeah,
But
that's what.
in Linux, you need to run this command df-kh. You will be able to see the mounts like C drive, D drive. These are these mounts. And then let's say you want to go to this. Okay, so you need to give the command cd space and you need to give this. Copy and paste it. And if you give pwd, I think the session connection has lost. I need to do it again. Df- 1 minute. Df-kh
cd slash, let's say, run. So you can see you are in run directory. Okay, so you can go like that. It's not like you cannot view other directory like you used to see in the Windows. For Linux, you need to use the command line only.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so just practice that. There are lots of terminals available. Okay, the release set GR3 SAP system, configuring SAP logon, SAP service installation, planning, central database, dialog instance, shooting. This we have discussed, right? So now we have to work on SAP GUI installation. So when we have installed the SAP system, right? So for a basis consultant, the task is to provide the SAP system to end users so that they can use SAP. So for that, they need to download SAP GUI for Windows. If end users are using Windows laptop, or if they are using Mac, so they need to download this software for Java. So that can be downloaded from the SAP support portal. So for everything, I'll show you how SAP support portal will look like. So SAP. So this is the website by SAP for all the customers. So if you want to download any software, you need to click here. So, but it will ask for username and password, which I don't have right now. I don't know whether it will work or not. Let's see if I am able to access it, but I'm not sure. I think I'm able to access it. It is asking me the password, which I don't know right now. What is the password? Let me see if I have saved it somewhere. This website, the S user will be provided by SAP to the customer, and then they can download the software. So when you click on the software download, you can search for SAP GUI for Windows. So when you click on that, so let me see if I have that software. I think I should be having SAP. Just a minute, let me see. Yes, I think. So this is the setup as for SAP GUI. So what you need to do, you need to double click on that and you can do that. And guide is also there, SAP setup guide. So you can go through it. It will be having all the detail. So whenever you are, downloading any software, right? So installation guide will also be seen. So you can see
the SAP setup guide, and it will contain all the things related to that system. So before installing, okay, at least for first time, it is good to go through these guides. So will quickly go through. So SAP front end component for Windows, because I'm using Windows laptop. So you can do the installation, and this SAP GUI, it will not take more than 20 to 15 minutes. So setup, let me see if we can see the screenshot of it, or you can download it in your laptop as well if you have the setup. So I think so here will not get anything, but you can search it out. So basically this software, this one setup all you need to do, or you can go to SAP GUI here. Let me see, I don't think so here. So this setup all, you can see you need to double click on that, and you just need to click on next, next, next. And after that, your SAP GUI, the SAP logon pad, this one, this software will be installed. So you can see SAP GUI for Windows. So when you install it, this will come as a blank. There will be no system. Now what will be our task? So our task is to add the system. Okay. So how to add? This create button is there, which I showed you yesterday as well. So click on next, and then you need to provide the system properties. Now, let's say you install development system. So development system, you can add it, right? Like this. Quality production, let's say in your company, there are 20 systems, SAP systems. So first you need to add those 20 systems after the installation in your SAP GUI. Now your company is having 10,000 users, let's say, who will going to use the SAP. And out of 20, they will be using 5 production systems only. So these 5 systems should be there in their laptop, right? For 10,000 users. So let's say in one day, you are, doing it individual users, right? You are setting up the system and connection individually. So in one day, how many users you can do? 5, 6, 10, 20, right? So your system is live, your system is ready to use, but end users are not having this connection. Because every time you have to add the system manually in their laptop. So there is a way to deploy the system detail in their laptop, with minimal effort. So software installation, that they can do it. You can share the software with them, ask them to install it, and after that in SAP GUI of yours, means for basis consultant, you need to add all the system in your SAP GUI. Now after that, now you want the same system has to be present in all the users. So what you have to do, you just need to click on this option and you click on options. So here you need to go to security and you can see this general file, right? landscape global.xml file along with the SAP UI landscape.xml. So you need to go to this path. Okay, I'll go to this path. Control C. So you can see that this file is there. What you need to do, you need to copy this file and you need to share this file with the users, and you need to tell them that in your system go to this path. So this HP is nothing but my laptop name. So their laptop name that they need to do, and they need to copy this file. Okay, so their existing file will be replaced with the file which you will be providing to them, and they need to restart their SAP GUI. When they do it, you can see that all the systems which you have added, it will be automatically available to all of the users. So this is the way to, do the SAP GUI logon configuration for all the users with the minimal effort. So this is very important because whatever we are doing so that end user will be able to access the SAP system. Now, next thing is you have done the installation of the system and system is available to the users. Now what we have to do, end users are having the system on their laptop in SAP GUI. You can tell them you need to double click on that system and you can log in with your username and password. So that username and password you need to create for them. How to create, what to done about that, we'll discuss when we have the access. Maybe by tomorrow we should have the access of the servers so that we will be able to check it out. So there's another thing. So when system is installed, right? So system will go into the support phase, like SAP implementation. All the installation, all the system installation are part of SAP implementation project. And when implementation is completed, means system is go live. After that, SAP system will go into the support phase. So during the SAP support, so there are some operations activity that we need to do as a basis consultant. So first thing is SAP system restart. Now question is how to do the system restart. So there are few things that we need to keep in mind. While doing the system restart, it is not like, okay, I want to learn SAP basis and I wanted to learn how to do the system restart. The training has given to me. Now I will do the system restart. And you go to the server and whatever thing that we are going to discuss, you did those things in the live system. For your learning purpose, you did the restart without informing anyone. And you shut down the live system. So system will be used by the users, right? And they are not even informed, right? There will be a business loss, right? They will not be able to access the system, right? In that case, you will be in trouble. So system restart activity or system stop and start activity has to be done with the business downtime window, in the business downtime window. So let's say your business timing is 9 to 6, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So you should not suppose to restart the system during the business hours, because there will be system unavailability during the business hours and it may result in the business loss. There will be financial impact. So if you need to restart the system, that has to be done outside the business window. Means when the load is very less or when there is no load on the system, means in the night or in the off business hours, early morning, late night, something like that. Now, business will not be having any idea that when system will be loaded. If you ask the business that please provide a downtime, they will tell how we can provide the downtime. We don't know anything about the system. They are end users only. They are not technical. They don't know what other person are doing in the system, right? They know about their work, right? So the business downtime detail has to be provided by the basis consultant to the business, that we are planning the maintenance activity and system will not be available between this time to this time. Okay, please approve it. Or if you have any other window, you just let us know. So business in that case will suggest you that okay, you have proposed this time and during this time system will not be available, so it is fine. If there is any deviation, they can propose the new time slot. So first thing, the system start stop or system restart activity has to be done only after the approval, and the downtime has to be selected based on the less business load or off business hours. So this thing we need to keep in mind. Now, let's say you are doing the system restart and there are 10,000 users using the system. Now you ask for 5 users that we want to do the system restart, and they told okay, you just do the restart during that time. But what about 9,995 users? We should communicate them that system will not be available during this time and this date between this duration, so that they can plan their work accordingly. So the downtime communication has to be sent to all the users in advance. And when the downtime activity is completed, system is up and running, you need to send the confirmation mail that activity is completed. Please proceed with your normal activities. Because if you did not inform the end users about the downtime, you will be getting lots of calls, lots of mail that system is down, SAP is not working, which will create a panic. So the maintenance activity, the reason I am discussing this is to understand the role of SAP Basis consultant, how critical it is. It's just a command that you need to run, but that command can be run by any 10 pass guy can run that command, but he will not be having that mature enough to understand the impact of those command. And that is why role of basis consultant is very critical and very risky sometimes. If you miss any of the step, any of the thing, then you will be in trouble. So now the challenge, how we'll communicate to all the end users about the downtime. So one way is to send the communication mail to all the users. That system will be down. But there are few peoples which will never see their email on time, or most of the time they will miss that mail. They will say, I did not check my mail. I was not aware of it. And they will raise the incident that system is down, SAP is not working, something like that. So in SAP, you need to set the system message also. So what is the process of system restart? So this process will remain same in any organization, which you will not get anywhere on the Google. You will get to know about the system restart, about the commands, how to start the system, how to stop the system. That's it. But what is the process that I'm going to tell you? So for system restart or system maintenance, I would say the steps will be, first thing is you need to take the approval from key business users. It's not like all 10,000 people you will send the mail that we want to do the system maintenance activity. Please provide us the downtime, or please approve this downtime. Okay. So there will be few key users for which we will be asking. So we need to take the approval from key business users like CEO of the company, or CTO of your company, or even your SAP basis manager that can give you. So you need to ask them, like, we are performing system maintenance activity, and you need to define the duration that system will be down for, let's say 2 hours or 3 hours, something like that. And you need to give the date and time. So once it is approved, they will approve it. What you have to do, you need to send the downtime communication to all users. When it is sent, then you need to set the system message. We'll see how to set the system message when we have the access. But I'm just telling you the process. So whenever user will log into SAP system, after entering their username and password, they will get the warning that your system will be down during this time to this time. Please work accordingly, so that your part is done. You have taken the approval, you have sent the downtime communication, you have informed all the SAP users that system will be down during this and this duration. Now, fourth thing is the execution part, the system restart. So make sure that you should follow the correct sequence of system restart in order to complete the activity within the downtime duration. No one is going to question you why 2 hours downtime is required. No one is going to question you why 6 hour downtime you need. Okay. So you just need to be very careful that whatever you are doing, you need to be very careful. Your downtime should not be exceeded. If your downtime is getting exceeded from the given time frame, then you will be in trouble. There will be a business loss. So what you have to do, you have to make sure that activity should be completed in the given time frame. Now, I'll tell you the sequence to stop the system. So first you need to stop additional application server, if any. Then you need to stop the primary application server. And then you need to stop ASCS, and then you need to stop the DB. So this is the sequence in which you need to stop the system. To start the system, you need to start the DB, then ASCS, then PAS, then additional application server, if any. So if your system is in distributed, your system is distributed system. So distributed system means your DB is on different host, your application is on different host. In that case, please be careful with the sequence. If your system is in standard system, it means that your DB and application is on same server. In that case, no need to worry about it. So I'm going to tell you the command. So command to stop the system is stop SAP. This stop SAP is having some utilities, some functionalities. What are those? Stop SAP all, stop SAP R3, stop SAP DB. So in case of a standard system in which your DB and application are on same host, in that case you can give the command stop SAP or stop SAP slash all in space all. These command on line next you need to execute after login with SID ADM, which is created during the installation. So let's say your system is ABC, so you need to log in with ABC ADM user, and then you need to give the command stop SAP or stop SAP all in case of standard system. In case of distributed system, what you have to do, you have to log in at application server, additional application server, and you need to give the command stop SAP R3. On PAS, primary application server, and ASCS, you need to give the command stop SAP R3. But you need to wait till that time that command is getting completed on the additional application server, then primary application server, then ASCS, and then stop SAP DB you need to do in DB host. Now, these command is not necessary that you have to run it on the distributed system. You can run it in the standard system as well. So how to do it? You just need to log in with SID ADM user and you can give stop SAP R3. Once it is done, then you can give stop SAP DB on the same host. So you can do that. Now, any doubt in stopping the system?
Sir,
Yeah.
we will be giving 4 times for stopping the system, sir.
No,
For
no,
4 hours.
no, no. Yeah, for 4 server in the distributed system. Okay, because distributed system means application will be on different server, your DB is on different server, right? So you need to stop one by one, follow the sequence. But
So
if
every server will have a different path, no, sir?
every server will be having different IP.
Uh,
That is why this is distributed, right? But distributed is not being used, most of the time only standard will be used, okay, to save the cost. So in the standard, you just need to give the command stop SAP or stop SAP all to stop the system. Automatically, first it will stop the application, then it will stop the database. Now,
okay.
there is one more command to stop the system, which is SAP control -nr, the instance number. So instance number is the number, your PAS, primary application server, -function, and you need to give the stop system. That's it. This command will also do the same thing. So you can do any of these things. Now, next thing, you have successfully stopped the system. Now where the problem may come. Okay. The problem may come if you give the command stop SAP DB first. The problem may come you stop the ASCS first. The problem may come if you did not follow the sequence in distributed environment and during the standard system stop phase, you stop the DB first and then you stop the R3. So you will be facing the difficulty in starting the system. So make sure that you need to follow the correct sequence. So if your system is standard installation, just give stop SAP, wait for the command to get completed. It will take 5 to 10 or 15 minutes. After that, you need to start the system. So to start the system, so SAP control command is this or start SAP all, start SAP R3, start SAP DB. But first command, if in case of distributed system, you need to give that is start SAP DB. If DB is up, then only your application will be getting started. If your DB you forgot to start your DB, then your application will not work. So you just need to follow the sequence of system stop and system restart. So system stop sequence and system start sequence is the opposite one. In case of a standard, you just give start SAP. That's it. Now, question, Tushar, we have stop the system and we have checked it. And now we have started the system. Now we wanted to know that system is up or not. So you can log into SAP GUI, double click on that system. You will get the detail. Sorry. So you will be able to access the system. So it means that your activity is completed without any issue. If your system is not accessible, it means that your system is not started yet. There is some issue in system starting. What can be the issue? How to check it? We will see when we have the access, because that is little bit technical. We need to check the files. So that I will be discussing when we get the system access. But this process is very easy. You will not face any difficulty if you are following the correct sequence. So let's say your system started successfully. In that case, you need to send the communication mail which you have sent it earlier, that system maintenance activity is completed. Now system is up and accessible. That's it. Now the question is when to do the system restart or when downtime is required. I'm just putting the scenario. If you are changing any system parameter, if you are changing the kernel upgrade, what is kernel? We'll discuss that. If you are doing the system upgrade, if you are doing the DB upgrade, or if you have OS patching, or if you have any monthly
maintenance activity. These are the scenarios in which downtime is required. Based on the activity, you can define the downtime. Maximum downtime will be required in case of system upgrade. For first changing system parameter kernel upgrade, it will not take more than 2 hours. For DB upgrade also, it will not take more than 2 hours. For OS patching also, it will not take more than 2 hours. For monthly maintenance activity, it will not take more than 2 hours. But during the system upgrade, it depends on the DB size. So downtime will be more. Maybe 10 hours, 12 hour downtime may be required. It totally depends on the DB size. So this is one of the key activity for basis consultant that they need to perform on a regular basis. So you should know how to stop the system, how to start the system. Any doubt in system starting and stopping?
No, sir.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that, you know, like, you know, that you have started the system, you have stopped the system, and you can do the practice of doing the system restart. Why? Because your system will be running. And also keep in mind, when your system is running and if you give the command start SAP or stop SAP by mistake, your system will be having the issue. So don't touch the system if it is running without any issue. Don't play, don't do any testing for system restart. Now, I know nowadays people will get bored by doing the repetitive work. That, okay, monthly maintenance we have to do, and it is defined that every month on 30th at this particular time system has to be restarted. So okay, for 1 month as a fresher you have joined, you did it manually by using the commands at that particular time. Next month also, so 3-4 months you did that. Now in the fifth month you are not available that time. So who will do that, right? Or you want to do some automation of the system restart, right? So you can create the script in the Linux, the shell script you can create. You can Google it, how to do the automation of SAP system restart using shell script, and you will get the code. You just need to test it in your dev environment, and you need to set up in the cron tab. So that part, you know, you will get the help from server management team. They know how to set up some particular task in your server. So you can automate that also. But if that automation did not run, in that case, your activity will be failure. So that has to be tested and everything has to be done. So if you have the brain to, you know, to do the automation task using programming, you can do that. It can be done. Okay. I have done it for many clients, for many system, and it run without any issue. So that will come only after that expertise. Okay. So now this part is automated. You should know when to trigger it. That's it. Nothing. So only one single click, you can do the system restart.
Can't
But
we do the backups, background scheduling like that?
yes, that has to be done in the server. That during this particular time it will be done. It will run. So that script will run automatically
in the batch mode, and it will stop the system and it will start the system. Now,
Okay, sir.
but you should know how to do it manually. As a basis consultant, if we know the process, then only we can do the automation. No one is going to ask you, you do the automation, or no one is going to ask you that why you are doing automation. It is just your workload will get reduced. No need to inform your manager, even if you have, did the automation of system restart. You just tell your manager, I did the system restart, that's it. Even though it is running in the background, right? No one knows, right? Because you are the boss, you are the owner of SAP. You know SAP better than anyone else. This is the power of SAP Basis Consultant. So the SAP Basis work is totally depend on the SAP Basis guy, how they want to do it. If you want to do it manually, you can do it manually. If you can automate that, you can do that automation. But for automation, no one is going to help you out because no one knows how SAP works. So you need to use your brain and do that part. You can do that. So this is all about system start and stop. And this is how you can, do the system start and stop. The logged training and all that stuff we'll be discussing in the, when we have the access. We don't have the access yet to the system, so it will be difficult for us. So SAP note we have discussed already, right? So let me see what else we can. Okay, single system landscape we have discussed. Transport I'll show you once we have the system access. Let me check what all things we can discuss before. Customizing request, workbench request we have discussed. Okay, architecture of web application server. Okay, so I'm going to discuss about this. So like 1 minute, let me see. Okay, now let's say you want to create a user in the system. I'm just giving you an example. So what you have to do, I'm just opening that. So you double click on that system. And you see, so there is a lag, right? Within 1 second or 2 seconds after you get this system. Now what you have to do, you have to enter your username and password. And when you enter, you will be navigate to next screen. And let's say you want to create a user. So in that case, you will be going to that particular transaction, that program, and you will be creating the user. So how your request, right? How SAP is interacting with end users, right? End user will not be able to understand what is happening in background, but for basis consultant, it is very much needed that we should know what is happening. And to understand that, we should understand the architecture of SAP application server. Means this. So you can see there are 3 layers. You can see presentation layer, application layer, and database layer. So you may get result within second or within millisecond, but how your request is handled, okay, how your request is getting handled by SAP in the background, right? That we have to see. So presentation layer is nothing but your laptop. So the moment you click on the system, double click on the system, you will get the prompt of the screen asking for username and password. So that response your response will go to the dispatcher, and before dispatcher it will go to the message server that we have installed, that ASCS instance. In ASCS instance there will be two processes. One process is message server and one is NQ work process. So what message server will do? Message server will be working as a messenger who will be transferring the incoming request to the free work processes. And what's the use of NQ work process? So whenever request is coming, so message server will put that request in the NQ server, and from NQ server it will go to the dispatcher, and where dispatcher will see about the work process available and what kind of work process it is, and based on that it will assign the work process to them. So what will happen? Your request from message server means ASCS instance will go to the dispatcher. What is the use of dispatcher? Dispatcher is having their own queue, waiting queue, which all the request it will assign in waiting queue, and based on the free work process it will assign the work process. Now you requested for the system, right? So first screen will come. So your request from message server will go to the dispatcher, and dispatcher will give you the result. Now you will be entering the username and password, right? So the username and password you enter, the dispatcher will assign that request to work process, and each work process will be having some memory to hold the input which you have entered, and based on that it will communicate with the database, and from database it will check the username and password, and based on that it will give the result to the work process, and the work process will show the result to the dispatcher, and then you will be able to see the result in your screen. So this whole procedure, right, is happening within, let's say, 10 millisecond. So it is nothing but the response time of your system. So your response time depends on network, your DB, your servers where it is there, right? All that part. So you just need to be, so for me, when I try to double click on that specific system, I got that system in 1 or 2 seconds after delay. So that is system response time actually. Okay. So now let's say you want to create a user. So what you have to do to create a user? You just need to enter the information, right, for the user which you are creating. And after that, what you are going to do, you are going to save, right, in the database that user detail. So your work process will hold the input value which you are, entering for user, and the moment you click on the save button, that will go to the database through the database process, and it will get stored, and when it is stored, database will give the confirmation that user is created, and you will get the message on your presentation layer that this user is created. So this whole process, what I have discussed, right, it looks like it will take lots of time, but it's a task of within 1 second or less than 1 second. You will be able to see that message the moment you save it. So this is how your SAP architecture will will work in the background while handling the user request. Any doubt in this?
No, sir.
Now, if your work, the user, whatever user is doing, right? So each work process will be having some role memory. It will be decided based on the RAM that we have configured, and there is some parameter which we have set it. Let's say for per work process, we have assigned 2 GB of RAM. That a work process can use the 2 GB of memory. But let's say you are requesting some information from the database which is much higher than 2 GB. In that case, work process will not be able to complete that request and it will throw an error. So SAP system is designed in such a way that your memory, your work process will not be overutilized. If anyone is using, in that case, you will get to know by checking the work process. Now, there are different work process. So first work process that I discussed, that is message server, message service, right? So it is for messaging purpose. So let's say in your SAP system, there are 4 application servers. And that server is used by, let's say, 10,000 people in your organization. So whenever any user is requesting the information, accessing the system, so message server will check the free dispatcher and it will send the request to that particular application server. Then we have the dialog work process. So whatever the thing that we are doing in the system, let's say we are inputting some data, right? We are storing some data, or we are viewing some data in the system. So that task will be taken care by the dialog work process. There are some work process which will take more time. How? Let's say you want to extract the one table which is having one record. So you will get the response within one second. But what if that table is having 10 million records? So it will take some time. And you have to do some work also in addition to it. But if you are extracting that data in the dialog mode, so you'll have to wait. You cannot do other tasks. Now, if you want to do other tasks, you can schedule that in the background so that that data processing fetching can be done in the background and you can do your parallel other task. So background work process will be used for long running task. Then we have NQ work process. So NQ work process is nothing but, let's say you are creating a user and I am also creating the same user, not the different user, same user. Let's say ABC user creation request came, you are also creating, and I have also started working on that at the same time. So at a time, only one user should be able to do that one particular task, right? So for that, a lock will be assigned for that. So if you are making some changes in that user ABC, and so I will not be allowed to open that particular user in edit mode. So that will be taken care by NQ work process, and it is related to the DB ACID properties. If you are from technical background, you should be aware about ACID properties of database. So atomicity, consistency, integrity, and durability. It has to be maintained. So that will be done by NQ work process. Then we have two types of update work process. That is V1 and V2. So V1 will be used for critical updates and V2 will be used for normal update. What is critical, what is normal, that we don't know. That system will decide by themselves. But it is necessary to know about the work process. And then we have the gateway work process. So if your system wants to communicate with any non-SAP system or any other SAP system, so that will be taken care by the gateway work process. So your one request, let's say you are creating a user. So it doesn't mean that only the dialog work process will be used in whole process. You will be entering the data. So during that time, your request will be taken care by dialog work process. The moment you click on the save button, it will be gone to update work process. And when your update is completed, you will get the message in your screen that user is created. So that message you are getting from the dialog work process. So your work for you, it is like, okay, I am doing this thing in SAP, but in the background, so many work processes are being used. And it is not that one work process will be reserved. The moment you log into the system, so and you are not doing anything, it doesn't mean that you are assigned to one dialog work process or one process. So whatever you are doing, based on that time itself, work process will be assigned and you will be able to complete your task. So if you are having 40 work process, it doesn't mean that only 40 users can log into the system at the same time. No, there can be 100 users who can use that system. If you are not doing anything in the system, so dialog work process will not be used. It will be used only for that particular millisecond or microsecond till you get the response. That's it. It will release that. So work process will work on the multiplexing. So this we have already discussed. This data I will discuss not now.